some of the problems that we have in our national parliaments with the new experiences and the new ideas we bring back with us. In the afternoon, our discussion will focus on a broader topic of parliamentary leadership and addressing insecurity and crisis. I think we owe it to ourselves not only to be preaching to the choir by having a predominantly women-led discussion, but to get more men on board and participating in the solution seeking. So if you haven't yet done so, speak to your political groups and address the issues in your delegations to get more male colleagues, more male MPs participating in the discussion. Finally, I'd like to point out and draw special attention to some of the emergency items resolutions that will be discussed in the Assembly later. Two of these resolutions, at least so far, are addressing the deterioration of rights of women and girls across the globe. Corrupt authoritarian governments, countries waging wars of aggression, believing themselves to be more equal than others, have led to immense suffering of the most vulnerable groups in society, and women are always among them. The cases of women and girls who are suffering from the Taliban, who are suffering from being almost completely excluded from society in countries like Afghanistan and Iran, the Russian army using sexual violence and rape as weapons in their aggressive war against Ukraine. These are all cases that must be put to light, that must be discussed, and that must be dealt with at the highest global political level. And it is our duty as a community of world parliamentarians, world leaders, to encourage ways and means for perpetrators of injustices, of grave war crimes, and crimes against humanity to be brought to justice. I therefore also call on you, colleagues, to show solidarity with the women, our sisters, who are suffering at the hands of tyrants, and to support these very important emergency resolutions on the rights of women and girls globally. With this, I wish us all a fruitful day, a great discussion, and a very, very important work that we are about to set off on. I also welcome any comments from the floor. I see a delegate from Rwanda.
Madam President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. Representative of the Council of Representatives, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, dear colleagues, I would like first of all to thank our gracious Bahraini hosts for their warm welcome and hospitality since our arrival. I requested the floor in my capacity of a member of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians to nominate Ms. Hala Ramzi Fayez, member of the Shura Council of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and the first Vice President of the IPU Bureau of Women Parliamentarians to preside over this 35th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Representative from Uruguay.
Gracias, señora presidenta. de Bahrein con su capacidad pueda ser la presidenta de nuestra adelante con nuestro voto.
Support this nomination of Ms. Hala Fayez for the presidency of this session.
For these nominations, honorable members from Rwanda and from Uruguay. And with this, I proceed to offer to our forum to support the nomination of Ms. Hala Fayez, who is a member of the Shura Council of Bahrain and also the first vice president of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, to preside over this forum. If there are no oppositions to this, and I see none, I suggest that the forum adopt these suggestions and this nomination by acclamation. Ms. Fayez, I invite you to take over the forum, and it is a pleasure to welcome you. And again, thank you to Bahrain for welcoming all of us. We have enjoyed here nothing but warmth and hospitality, and thank you for providing the opportunity.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm really honored to be presiding over this forum today, the 35th session of the Forum. I'm happy to see you all here. I welcome you all to Bahrain. I wish you a very pleasant stay, and hopefully we'll have a very fruitful discussion today with your contributions, valuable contributions. Let me start first by welcoming you, but excuse me, it will be in Arabic. First of all,
Vice President of the Shura Council, Your Excellency, the President of the IPU, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the IPU, Excellencies, brothers and sisters, the august audience, hello and good morning to everybody. At the outset of the opening of the 35th session of the Forum for Women MPs, it is a pleasure to speak in front of you as we open the works of the Forum for Women. I would also like to seize this opportunity to welcome you in the Kingdom of Bahrain. And the Kingdom of Bahrain is a very good example of peaceful coexistence between different religions and sects. And the Bahrain Kingdom is keen on promoting respect, mutual respect, because it is the main component for the stability of communities and societies and their progress. Everybody is requested to generalize these principles in common work and promoting mediation and coexistence. So we welcome you in this oasis of security, stability, and respect for human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, including women in all policies to face global crisis and challenges is very important. We ask all parliaments to make sure that they foster the right environment for this and to push all parties to promote within the international community, especially given these crises and challenges that influence unproportionately gender, especially those that have to do with violent conflicts and global warming. We have to deal with them in an inclusive way and through dealing with gender that will guarantee equitable solutions for everybody. Women are the weakest link in crises, wars, and conflicts. In fact, they take over a big portion of violence and conflicts. Women have to deal with the biggest brunt, and they have to deal with direct and indirect violence, such as sexual violence, the lack of fundamental services, such as care or healthcare. From this podium, I confirm that we have to promote the involvement of women in all fields, especially economic fields, by including them in the workforce, and we have to promote their work, especially in marginalized and poorer areas. Financial empowerment of women is a condition for their political empowerment, to give them the tools to face many challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the biological diversity and the promotion of economic activities needs a better understanding of the roles performed by men and women based on their different capacities and capabilities. Despite the progress in the journey of equality between women and men, we need to do more to reduce this gap and empower women for their representation on all levels. I call upon you to take these roles through this podium by exchanging practices and experiences between women parliamentarians and male parliamentarians. We need to make sure that women are included in all strategies and plans that are designed to face insecurity and instability through a gender perspective. And we need to empower women to face crises and wars. In Bahrain, we are proud of all the rights gained by women in all fields, especially the political field. And this is all thanks to the great vision for the king of our country. May God protect him. And through the continuous efforts deployed by the government, presided over by the prince, and through the follow-up of Princess Samika bin Khalifa, and she is also the the president of the Higher Council for Women. And she made sure that women are involved in political work and that their role is guaranteed in the progress of the kingdom in all fields and on all levels within the support given through the legislative power in Bahrain to ensure the prosperity of Bahraini women. In conclusion, we would like to express our full support for the goals of the 35th session for the Forum for Women MPs and how important these multilateral forums how the role that they play in rapprochement and in cooperation in the official diplomatic work. This is why we give great importance for this forum and all the suggestions and proposals that it will give in order to face the global challenges of women all over the world. And we hope that we will get to, great visions that will promote the goals of our countries to create a better future for all our countries and populations. Thank you very much.
And now I invite Mr. Jamal Fakhro, the first Vice President of the Shura Council, to say a few words. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to convey the salutation of the President of the Member of Parliament, the President of the Parliament of Bahrain. And this word that I will convey to you is his word. Mr. Duarte Pacheco, the President of the IPU, Mr. Martin Changong, the Secretary General of the IPU, Mrs. Hala Fayez, President of the Shura Council, and the President of the 35th session of the Forum for Women MPs. Ladies and gentlemen, hello to everybody. I would like to welcome you all to Bahrain, and it is a pleasure for me to speak firstly in front of this forum. And this meeting has to do with one of the most important issues, which is equality between women and men and the leadership role of women in the society. We believe that gender equality is the main pillar of peace, democracy, and sustainable development. And this is an opportunity for us with the IPU to make sure that we have a common approach. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Bahrain plays a very important role in the common efforts through gender equality, through legislative decisions, because we believe in the role of women to achieve progress, and this has been based on the approach that has been designed by the great King of Bahrain. And this is why we have very good strategies and policies and frameworks that have contributed up until now to move women to the progress phase. Bahrain has made great strides in international indices for the promotion of women's role through the great efforts made by the Princess of Bahrain. May God protect her. And the latest indices and goals of Bahrain to remove all the or through the CEDAW convention made great efforts to deploy initiatives and in order to make sure that all opportunities and stability between women and men are achieved, and to include the needs of women when we achieve the national budget, and to reduce the gap between the women and men. Ladies and gentlemen, in Bahrain, We are proud of the active participation of the Bahraini women in the development journey, their contributions, their active participation, and their assumption of very important responsibilities and leadership roles. Bahraini women have a very good presence in our political life. Today, 20% of the members of the parliaments are women, and it is 25% in the Shura Council. This solidifies the participation of Bahraini women in the political life and in the social progress. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude for Mrs. Hala Fayez, member of the Shura Council, for her representation of the Bahraini Kingdom in the Forum for Women MPs, and how this reflects the role of Bahraini women in a multilateral international work, and how important their role can be. In conclusion, I wish full success for the 35th Forum for Women MPs. I would like to thank you again, and I welcome you once more in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Thank you very much.
إذا سمحتوا لي السادة والسادة بصفتي
If you allow me, ladies and gentlemen, as the Vice President of the Shura Council, I would like to invite you all yesterday night to attend a dinner that will be held for your honor. And we have prepared a very good present for you. And on Monday also, at 1 p.m., we have a special forum that is prepared by the highest or higher women forum that will give you an idea about the women legislations in Bahrain, and we invite you to attend it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fakhro, for your very formative words. I now invite
شكرا مستر
Pachico, the president of the IPU, to tell us a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President of the 35th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, Mr. First Deputy President of the Shura Council, Secretary General, Madam President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, a special word for you, Madam, because I see in your face the strength of Ukrainian women that are fighting for the independence, a real independence of your country. Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, Madam Speakers, Mr. Speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be opening the Forum of Women Parliamentarians on the occasion of 146th IPU Assembly. As always, it is a pleasure to join this forum and to be with all of you here. Allow me to say, because I identify two main reasons. First, you may see in the logo of IPU, democracy for everyone. But it is impossible to get this target, democracy for everyone, if we forget half of the population of the world. It's impossible to get this target, democracy for everyone, if we don't have the participation, a complete and inclusive participation of women in politics. It's impossible to get this target of IPU that is more than 100 years old if we don't have a full representation of women in our parliaments. So this is the most important reason to be here with you during this forum. To be with you means to defend the inclusive democracy and a perfect democracy with everyone represented in our parliaments. It's my pleasure to be with all of you. But not just, and I will identify this second reason, not just because it is fair, because it should be our duty, because to have a full representation, both genders needed to be represented in our parliaments. I am here also because I identify that your participation, your ideas, or collaboration is very important to all humankind, to men and women, because I am a man, and you, the majority in this room, women, we have different approach for many issues, and we complement ourselves. We don't have just the position of some part of the society. We will have the participation of all. And with different approach, we will identify the best solutions to the humankind and to solve the problems of our world. That's why also it is important, not just to have a full representation, but because this full representation means that the ideas and the approach to the problems will be more complete. And this way is very relevant, the participation of women in politics. And so we will, IPU, always be engaged to empower the participation of women in politics. And dear friends, just to prove that, a few days ago, I had the pleasure to be in New York at the annual parliamentarian meeting that IPU hosts, joined with UN Women on the occasion of the Commission on the Status of Women. Some people told me, you are crazy. You are completely crazy. Because I was with the Secretary General during the weekend in Doha. So 1 hour fly from here to Bahrain. But on Monday, I fly to New York. I arrived there at 5 p.m. to attend the meeting of UN Women and about the status of women, and came back after lunch to Bahrain. I spent less than 24 hours in New York, but I understood that it's my duty to be there. As president of IPU, it's my duty to be there, to defend the status of women, to identify that you are in the first priorities of our organization, that we together need to work together day by day to defend a better world. And the status of women is something that should be on front line of agenda of IPU. It was a physically hard, don't care. Because it was my duty, I went there. And there, with some of you that attended as well, we discussed the role of parliaments to harness the potential of technology to drive progress on gender equality. We also discussed how this great potential of technology and digital media for democracy can be hijacked and become a tool of repression used against women and girls. The debates were enlightening, and any tech-related developments have to become gender-sensitive and gender-responsive, instead of being gender-blind. Or else, we will create gender gaps instead of bridging the too many already existing ones. Colleagues, digital media companies have not invented gender inequality, but they have allowed some actors to use digital platforms as a tool to attack the rights of their users and to undermine democracy. And some people may think we are talking about a private activity. Digital platforms are a private business. Why the state should regulate it? Because The state has the right to regulate everything to protect the citizens. We can think about it. To have safety in our roads, the state put regulation how our cars should be with safety conditions. Is a private business? Yes, it is. But the state decides what are the essential measures for safety of the citizens and the drivers that the car should have. The same needs to be applied to this kind of digital platforms. Is a private business? Yes, it is. But to defend the citizens, we need to apply some regulations as well. Otherwise, the abuses will happen and people will be injured. And the shift to digital during COVID has exacerbated existing gender-based violence and the exposure of women and girls to sexual exploitation and trafficking. Women in politics, women journalists, human rights activists, and human rights defenders are particularly targeted by online gender-based violence, as their voices are perceived as political perspectives that should be in silence. I am pleased to see that this challenge and how, as parliamentarians, we can respond to them will be at the heart of your discussion today, as you consider from a gender perspective the important theme of the next resolution of the IPU Standing Committee on Peace and International Security. Colleagues and friends, currently in the Horn of Africa, 22 million people are currently food insecure due to a historic drought that began in the late 20s, and it is expected to last for the next few months. Already more than 107 million people have left their homes in search of food and water. Such situation is a tragedy and affects the regional peace and security. And war continues in Ukraine after one invasion without any justification, and in too many other parts of the world. These multiple forms of insecurity have a disproportionate impact on women and girls who become more vulnerable to gender-based violence and other violations of human rights, with often no access to support systems. With this in mind, I look forward to the discussions that we will have today on how to place gender equality at the heart of water resources management, climate protection, and peace building. Sustainable development and peace will only be possible with the full participation and leadership of women. Yet, only 26.5% of parliamentarians in the world are women, and progress is slowing down instead of accelerating. Yes, but we have good news and bad news. The good one, our inquiry shows that last year, 2022, is the first year in our history where all parliaments of the world has at least one woman there, for the first time in our world. So, it's a good news, but a bad news. From 21 to 22, the representation of women just grew 0.4%. It means 0.4, that we need more than 50 years if we don't change the things to achieve the real parity in gender participation and gender representation. But we needed to work. The countries where parity has been achieved in parliaments, Rwanda, where we were a few colleagues, I cannot forget all the women and girls in the world who are being deprived of their rights and freedoms, excluded from public life, prevented from going to school and from working. I cannot forget the girls being sold and married. I cannot forget the women and girls suffering violence and abuse. I cannot forget girls that are forbidden to study, as what happened in Afghanistan. That can be something in our hearts that will cry forever. I condemn all verbal and physical harassment and all forms of violence against women and girls. Violence can never be justified, regardless of a woman's appearance, the way she dresses, or any other reasons, as we saw in Iran, for instance. Let us work together to ensure that our collective efforts as a global parliamentarian community empower women and girls to contribute to a world that desperately needs them. This is our task. I believe it will be your work today and for the next days here in Bahrain. We will not give up. We will not give up until we achieve what we wish. Equal rights for all, men and women in our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your very insightful speech, words, and we really count on your continuous support for women. Thank you. I would also like to make a small note. We know our guests here are having a very tight schedule, so please feel free to leave whenever you wish to do that. Thank you so much for being here.
Have a nice. Excuse us as well. We will have a meeting now, myself and the Secretary General, with all the chairperson of geopolitical groups together and president of the committees. But I know you are in good hands and you will have a very fruitful work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before we start, I would like to invite Zaina to make an announcement.
Thank you, Madam President. I will just announce the quorum, given that this forum will be holding elections on 14 March. So there are today 68 delegations in the room at the first sitting of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. The quorum will be of 35 delegations. Another announcement unrelated to the quorum, Madam President, is that there are here in this room 185 women and 43 men. So welcome to the male members joining this forum. This forum, as you know, is open to male delegates so that gender equality is a shared responsibility and not a women's responsibility, but a male and female responsibilities. Welcome to the male delegates joining us today, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Zaina, and I'm so happy really to hear that we have this number of male colleagues, parliamentarians. It's a pleasure to have you with us, and I always say that women can only have achievements by the support of men. We work together, we don't work alone. So I really appreciate your attendance to this forum, and I'm sure your contribution will be very valuable to our discussions. Thank you. So now let's start, dear colleagues. we begin our work with the adoption of the agenda. You should have before you the agenda of the forum, which was discussed by the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians in October 2022. Do we agree to the agenda by acclamation? Okay. I see no opposition. Thank you so much. The agenda is approved. Thank you so much. We move then to the second item. We have many interesting topics on our agenda today, and I'm sure that you will have lively and interesting discussions. And just to remind you, our session today will run until 5 p.m. Going to item number 3 of our agenda, the work of Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. Let me start by inviting Ms. Mayuka Muma, member of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians from Kenya, to brief you on the work carried out by the Bureau at its last sitting. Ms. Muma.
Madam President, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure to brief you on the work that the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians carried out last October in Kigali and earlier this morning here in Manama. Our Bureau stays concerned about the barriers that women in politics, and in particular young women, continue to face. Taking action to eradicate violence against women in politics and in parliaments, and to better support our colleagues who bear the brunt of it, remains at the top of our priorities. The Bureau is also actively engaged in the Generation Equality Forum Action Coalition on feminist movements and leadership. We have been involved in this intergenerational multilateral dialogue with an aim that the voices of the new generations are not only heard, but substantially reflected in policy making. Promoting young women's and girls' civic and political leadership serves to achieve more inclusive democratic institutions and to advance democracy. To reach this goal, we must ensure that the internet and social networks cease to be weapons for silencing women. This brings us to our work today, as we decided to debate the draft resolution of the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security entitled Cyberattacks and Cybercrimes, the New Risks to Global Security. Our debate will focus on gender aspects of the draft resolution, and in particular on one, highlighting the ways that cyber attacks and cyber crimes target and affect women, girls, men, boys differently. 2, preventing and better addressing cyber attacks and cyber crimes against women and girls. And 3, promoting the role of women in the fight against cyber attacks and cyber crimes, including female researchers working on cyber defense systems. This will allow us to consider amendments from a gender perspective to the draft resolution. We will have this debate in plenary. The Bureau agreed that Ms. Kavakshi Khan from Turkey will chair this debate, and Ms. Al-Suwaidi from the United Arab Emirates will be the rapporteur. I take it that you will agree with these proposals. Later today, this forum will be holding a debate on parliamentary leadership in addressing insecurity and crisis, putting gender equality at the center of water security, climate resilience, and peace sustainability. With this debate, our Bureau wished to put women's crucial and valuable role at the heart of any sustainable peace, strong water management, and climate protection. Let us therefore not miss this fabulous opportunity to walk the talk of the Kigali Declaration and share our good practices and challenges to promote women's leadership in addressing crisis, as well as gender responsiveness in building resilience and sustainability. Another important theme that emerged from our discussions in Kigali was the situation of elderly women. Following a proposal from our colleague of Chile, Ms. Mix, the members of the Bureau expressed their concern about multiple forms of discrimination experienced by older women as the world is experiencing unprecedented demographic aging. We decided that this should be the topic of a future discussion at the forum. Colleagues, in Manama, the forum will review half of the members of the Bureau of the Women Parliamentarians and approve a new president and 2 vice presidents. We really look forward to welcoming new members with fresh ideas and energy. Before I end this intervention, I want to take a minute to pay tribute to all outgoing members of the Bureau for the amazing work they have done. I would also like to pay special tribute to our President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, our dearest Lesia Vasielenko, who will complete her term at the end of this assembly. Can we applaud her, please? Madam President, on behalf of the members of the Bureau and on behalf of all of us here today, thank you for your strong leadership for gender equality and women's rights and for your warm sisterhood. You have instilled great dynamism and commitment in your presidency at a time when your country has been facing a devastating conflict. It was a great honor and a great pleasure to work with you during your presidency. Colleagues, I look forward to our debates today, and I am confident that they will be extremely interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Muma. Let us now turn our attention to the participation of men and women at this 146th IPU Assembly and to the work of the Gender Partnership Group in charge of monitoring and promoting equality and gender sensitivity in the IPU structures and work. I'm very pleased to invite Ms. Kanouti from Senegal, Vice President of the IPU, member of the Executive Committee and of the Gender Partnership Group, to give us an overview of the work carried out by the group. The floor is yours, Ms. Kanouti.
I have the pleasure of presenting this report on the work of our partnership group. And we met yesterday, Mr. Ali Noemi, Ms. Vasilenko, and myself. And we started by examining the composition of the delegations present in our assembly, basing ourselves on the information available to us on the 9th of March. At Manama, dear colleagues, we have beat records, positive, but unfortunately less positive. Let's start by the positive records. Dear colleagues, we have 239 women parliamentarians announced at this assembly. It's the biggest number that has ever been reached at a face-to-face assembly. In terms of percentages, we have 33% on average in the recent years. What is more concerning, dear honourable colleagues, is that 25 delegations of 2 members or more have come without members of both sexes. That is also a record. We've never reached such a level, and we must not rest on our laurels or stop trying. The group has also made a note of 35 delegations present that are balanced. That is to say that it's between 40 and 60% of women. That's a little less than in Kigali and represents 26% of delegations. We have to continue on this path. Finally, as you know, honorable colleagues, the initiative of our group, with the initiative of our group, we have received the approval of our Director Council of the IPU in Kigali to develop a policy against harassment, including sexual harassment, based on the model of the Code of Conduct of the United Nations. We have started our work on a text which is more developed, and we hope to be able to finalize that for our next assembly. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Work. Sorry. We congratulate the group on its work and to lead and fight against all forms of harassment and violence against women. Colleagues, let us now turn our attention to recent gender equality activities carried out by the IPU. The focus will fall on the parliamentary meeting held on 7th March on the occasion of the Commission on the Status of Women, an example of follow-up to the Kigali Declaration adopted at the 145th Assembly, and third, this year's IPU report on women in Parliament and map on women in politics. To start, I invite with Ms. Véronica Gautin, member of the French National Assembly, president of the Delegation on Equality and member of the IPU Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, to report on the parliamentary meeting that she carried on behalf of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians at the CSW.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Chers collègues, j'ai le plaisir de vous faire un compte rendu de la réunion.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I have the pleasure of making a report on the reunion of the meeting at the 75th session at the Women's Commission. The meeting was held on the 7th of March at the United Nations in New York. And we had 75 parliamentarians from 23 countries, as well as other parties. The meeting dealt with a very important theme, knowing the role of parliaments in the promotion of equality of sexes thanks to technology. The meeting was opened by Mr. Duarte Pacheco, who is the president, and Madame Sarah Hendricks, who is the director of the Division of Programs of Policies and Business. I have the pleasure of presiding over this meeting, and our colleague Leah Quartapel, member of the Committee of Human Rights of Parliaments of the IPU, in the afternoon. The debates showed three key areas in which we need to respect rights of women and girls. I would like to start with talking of the positive part of technology and how we need to take care. First of all, technology should be led by women and to favor their independence. And we should also encourage more women to study science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and so that they can be more present in these jobs, but also to adopt positive measures in terms of resources, financing for public marches, in order to have more women in these domains. And I think, secondly, our parliaments must do more to struggle against violence against women and girls, which are facilitated by technology. We had to legislate against all types of abuse by dealing with mechanisms that are more efficient. And we have to make sure that rights have to be the same in real life as on online applications. And that includes pornographic revenge and sexual harassment, violence online against women parliamentarians, also requires measures. We have to also make parliaments improve their understanding and their potential of using technologies in their work. The COVID-19 pandemic has made several advantages appear. It's made work easier, and this diversity of procedures offers us the possibility of being closer to the population and to be able to balance our work and life balance, to be able to achieve a better work-life balance. And I invite you all to begin in our respective parliaments to set this up as we have done in New York this week. Thank you very much.
Obviously, I would like to thank you for having this possibility of presenting this initiative. I would like to greet all of my fellow members of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians and who have given me this opportunity to present on this panel. As a country, we have brought a little presentation. I don't know if it's possible to show this. It's a very short presentation. And it's basically a commitment by our country, not just in terms of the Kigali Declaration, but also we would like to share things that we're doing against harassment in our parliament. We have translated it into different languages. We bought this book which talks about the progress, the challenges we've been facing in the Parliament of Chile in terms of gender perspectives. This is a challenge in the Parliament of Chile, and this book that we have created with the support of the Vice President from last year, it has two key parts. The first one is about the progress in Latin America in terms of gender perspectives, specifically focusing on Chile. And then in the second part, which we would like to share with you, is about the legislative initiatives that have been carried out in our parliament, in the Chamber of Deputies, and in the Senate of our country. We believe that this experience people can learn from the progress that has been made by our colleagues here in different countries. I think that we can't show the presentation, so I just want to share the content of this book with you. It has 4 chapters. We are going to leave them here so that you can flick through them, have a look at them. And we would like to exchange between the parliamentarians on our experience and to be able to learn from each other. Oh, I see. We can share the presentation here. I have my slides. This is something that we wanted to show on these slides. To be gender sensitive, parliaments need to become institutions that work continuously to eliminate the discrimination of gender. In the Chilean parliament, we've had a commitment also through the IPU, and the book brings together experience from over the last 10 years. Can we move on to the next slide, please? What we do is we bring together our experience here, all of the debates that we've had, the increase in the representation of women with the commitment of the IPU. Please just keep moving through the slides, if that is possible. Thank you. Please, yes. On to the next slide. Thank you. This is the structure of the study, and we've been able to show the panoramic in Latin America. We're seeing that there's increases in the gender representativeness. And please move on to the next slide. Here we have it. We have the basis of the path that we are taking, and we've had a lot of discipline in our parliaments. We have learnt a lot from the IPU on this, and we are carrying this out in our parliament. Please, on to the next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. There we are. Here we have some data, a figure about how it has been increasing the representation of women in the Chamber of Deputies. Today we have some 35.5% of representation of women. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. And here in the Senate, where they have a slightly less, they have 24%, but we are working hard to make sure that in both chambers we can increase the representation of women. Please, the next slide. Onto the photos. Thank you. And I'm finishing up here. We have a historic photo for us. It's a senator who was parliamentarian at this time. And as you can see in the image, it says parity now. Paridad ya. And we have shown that the constitutional reform, it was trying to grasp this progress and making sure that we have a parity representation in our constitutional assembly. And we wanted to share this with you. We've been very disciplined. We've learnt a lot from our experience of participating in almost 8 assemblies here. And so I wanted to share this with you today. And we're going to leave some copies of the book so you can flick through this information. Thank you very much.
States of America, more women from diverse horizons coming into legislatures, and this is a great news. In 6 countries, Cuba, Mexico, New Zealand, Nicaragua, Rwanda, and the United Arab Emirates, there are 50% women or more in some. Next, please. Now, on the other side of the coin, as I told you, the progress is not good enough. With this progress, Sub-Saharan Africa, overall same average as last year. In the Pacific, it's getting better. At least there is now at least 1 woman in each parliament, which was not the case before. Asia is stagnating, and the Middle East and North Africa setting backs. So that's not good, and this last region should, do better. Women in top parliamentary leadership, we have 22.7% of speakers of parliaments. This is a good progress since last year. Chairs of gender equality committees in parliament stand at 65.9%, but as you will see, only 12.5% of women chair defense committees. You see the difference between the two figures? So yes, women chair gender equality committees, but not yet defense committees. Good news, there are new women speakers in different places. Angola, France, Monaco, Montenegro, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Slovenia. Now, women heads of state and government, 11.3% of heads of state are women. I would say only 11.3%. 9.8% of heads of governments are women. Although there are increases, of course, this is far, again, from equality. Next, please. And we will move to the next one and the next one, please. Thank you so much. Some lessons learned. Quotas remain critical for representation. We say this every time, and our research has shown one more time that quotas allow for more women to enter parliaments. In elections held in 47 countries this year, women were able to take 25.8% of the parliamentary seats. Countries with quotas elected 30.9% of women, but those without quotas elected only 21% of women. So the difference is huge. Quotas make a difference. They must be clear, well-designed, and ambitious to work. If we were to reach gender parity in politics, violence against women parliamentarians should stop. It is a key obstacle to equality in politics. We know that 8 out of 10 women MPs in Africa and in the rest of the world face psychological violence in Parliament. We've seen some good responses in Senegal with 6 months jail terms for 2 MPs who attacked a pregnant woman MP in the National Assembly. And some other cases that you will find in the report on women in Parliament. Next slide, please. If we are to reach gender parity in politics in 2023, we need to open politics to more diverse women, create more an enabling space that reflects society, and national plans of actions are needed, quotas are needed, ending discrimination in the law too, and most importantly, addressing violence against women in politics and in society remains also a priority. Madam President, thank you for this opportunity. Dear members, you will find these publications available. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope that this will help us and you promote women's political participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zaina, for this very informative report, and congratulations on the tremendous important work you're doing. And we hope in our next session we will have much promising numbers. Okay. Dear colleagues, as we go into item number 4 of our agenda, we will now turn to the contribution of the Forum to the work of this 146th Assembly, with a view to providing input from a gender perspective. This is the key role of the Forum, so let's make every input count. We will be discussing the draft resolution on the agenda of the 145th Assembly entitled Cyberattacks and Cybercrimes, the New Risks and the Global Security, on the agenda of the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security. Our purpose today is to discuss this draft resolution from a gender perspective so that amendments can be drawn to make the draft more gender-focused, responsive, and inclusive to the needs and interests of women. This will lead to concrete recommendations on gender-related amendments to be submitted by the Forum to the Standing Committee. To have more insight on this resolution, a short presentation on the draft resolution will be delivered, after which the Forum will debate in plenary. The debate will have interpretation in Arabic, English, French, and Spanish, and will discuss until 1 p.m. Dear colleagues, the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians nominated a chairperson and a rapporteur. Ms. Kavachi Khan from Turkey was nominated as chair, and Ms. Al-Suwaidi from the United Arab Emirates was nominated as rapporteur. Do you approve these nominations? I see no opposition. Thank you, dear colleagues. A big thank you also goes to the chairperson and the rapporteur of the group for taking up this task. Ms. Kavakshi Khan and Ms. Al-Suwaidi, please join on the panel. Okay. And before we discuss, I'm pleased to also welcome the rapporteur of the draft resolution under consideration, who have kindly accepted our invitation to present the overall scope of the resolution. Mr. José Cepeda from Spain and Ms. Sara Falaknaz from the United Arab Emirates. We will introduce the draft resolution on cyber attacks and cyber crimes, the new risks to the global security. Ms. Falaknaz, Mr. Cepeda, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. It's a true pleasure to be here in Manama, in Bahrain, and to present the resolution on cybersecurity and cyber attack. Joined with me, the co-rapporteur, Mr. José Cepeda. I will give just a brief information about the resolution, just on the purpose of the resolution, and then His Excellency José Cepeda will deep dive into a little bit more information. We'll make it quick, I promise. So basically, Back in the IPU number 144, Spain presented the idea of drafting the resolution on cyber security and cyber attack, which has been adopted back then. The purpose of the document is to examine the challenges of combating cyber attack and cyber crimes that has become a new risk to global security and need to be addressed on all levels, especially the parliamentary level. The resolution provides an insight on the risk of the cyber attacks which poses on our world, challenges of combating it, and recommendations and ideas. Some of the challenges of combating cybercrimes were the effect of natural disasters and pandemic on cybercrimes. We have the rapid and fast-changing nature of cybercrimes. The international corporations need to be strengthened, and national legislations are outdated. In terms of the definition of cybercrime and cyber attack, we did not take it into consideration as the Convention of the UN defined cyber crimes, which will be approved next year in 2024. Therefore, we did not take into consideration. However, we included the term cyber attack in the resolution that was not defined by the convention. Some of the regional and international efforts on the cybercrime and cyber attacks were the Budapest Convention in 2001, the Global Program on Cybercrimes, the UN Convention, and the IPU Cyber Warfare Resolution in 2015. Before I give the floor to His Excellency José Spida, I would like to mention that in the resolution, the preambular section 15 and 17, as well as the operative paragraph number 19, specifically speaks about the most vulnerable and specifically speaking about women. The amendment has been published online, and I encourage you all to look at the 317 amendment that has been published, and also to come forward and recommend some of the amendments in terms of women. Mr. José, thank you.
I prefer to speak in Spanish if you don't mind. Dear friends and colleagues, firstly, I would like to thank you all. It's a true pleasure for us to be able to speak to all of you. And after seeing the results that are moving forward in our organization, in the IPU and Bahrain, with this 30% that we have as data, it's very important for us to continue to struggle in this context, to have more of a female presence in all areas. And why would we like to put on the table that we have been analyzing? I have had the honor of being able to share with my comrade or my companion, Sarah van Luck. We think it's very important to have gender parity. The issue of cybersecurity is becoming a central issue for our countries. And it's certain that after the pandemic, more than the number of cyber attacks have multiplied by more than 100%. And they've also been directed to the more marginalized sectors, particularly against women. And for example, situations like phishing, stealing of passwords, and some campaigns, the disinformation campaigns, and the connection that the pandemic made people need to connect to internet in order to not be unconnected during the confinement. And it's true that it has shown a reality. and this reality has the face of women. So we have wanted to point something out, a specific issue in this report. But I would also like to take advantage of the fact that I'm here with all of you to ask you to all work in your parliaments. The report has the aim of trying to protect us against these cyber attacks that don't understand about borders, that can affect millions of people in our countries. And the first message that I would like to transmit is that this issue of cybersecurity is not a matter of technicians or specialists. It's a political matter. And cybersecurity needs people who are more able, with more capacity. And there was an academy in the United Kingdom that said that only 18% of women finish university degrees in technological subjects. Only 18% of women finish, become qualified in these subjects. We need more women integrated into training, education related to cybersecurity so that they can become part of a reality, which is the reality of science, technology, computing, mathematics, where these subjects cannot just be exclusively male, and it needs to be led by 50% of the world's population. And your responsibility as parliamentarians in your parliaments is to carry out or to make policies. And when we talk about cybersecurity, we're talking about the security of everybody. And of course, it's work that women also have a lot to say. And as Sada said very well, I'd like to include women in the participation for cybersecurity. I would also like to transmit 3 general objectives, which our report would like to work on over these next few days. To have safe countries, we have to generate confidence and trust. Our first objective is to have spaces of trust in our countries. One of the system of the methodology of hackers, these groups that attack our countries, that attack the structures of our health systems, our financial systems, our energy systems, that can leave millions of people without resources, occur because countries have increasing trust in each other. And so they start to share a small amount of information for them to know how we work. So if our countries were able to share this methodology of how they work or how they operate, what devices they use and they're capable of working on, perhaps we would be able to stop cyber attacks that have developed on an international level in countries that were right next to each other because of a lack of information, a lack of knowledge. They have been brutally attacked. Now, secondly, international cooperation. Without international cooperation, we need trust. We see many debates in this organization which unfortunately are polarized by wars, because of wars that we are experiencing, and I understand, but we have to think that when we talk about the security of our countries, the future of the next generations is also at play. So to this effect, we have to, and finally, our third and last objective is to have more resources in our countries, technological resources, qualified staff. We talk about parliaments having a central function in this, which is to also set up educational plans. And I would also like to compliment by saying that women also have a lot to say in this matter. And with this strengthening to see cybersecurity as a central matter of our policies. And I would invite you to help us, both Sarah and me, who are working on this report. We have been over several months visiting lots of countries, seeing dramas that have arisen in our countries with cyber attacks that have been brutal. They have put hackers against our governments. We would like you to help us to come up with a useful resolution, which will be useful for everybody, useful beyond confrontations. And I understand that many of us have in our organizations, but in war times, talking about security is not talking about restricting rights of citizens. It's talking about defending human rights more. And we're also trying that to make our resolution useful. And for example, like United Nations, we will also try to make the resolution of all parliamentarians in the world will be represented in our organization, will raise their voices and also be a connecting element, particularly in the search for world peace. Thank you very much.
Informative talk, and we would be very pleased if you can continue with us to contribute to the discussions that will take place right now. Thank you. Thank you. And for now, I leave the chairpersonship to Ms. Kavachi Khan, and I will see you later in the afternoon session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's an honor for me to be in front of you today, and I'll try to do my best to finish as soon as possible as we start our discussion on our panel on cyber attacks and cybercrimes, the new risks to global security. Before I start, I wanted to give my thanks to all of you, all of your countries, all of your parliaments, all of your people, for the support that you have given us in Turkey after the earthquake that affected both my country, Turkey, and Syria. We have lost more than 45,000 people. It's easy to say it in numbers, but when people talk about their loved ones, without being able to name them because it's so many lives lost, it's very difficult. But during this difficult time, we realized we have so many friends all over the world. All your contribution, the prayers, the aids, the rescue aids that came immediately are very, very valuable. Thank you so much. I hope none of you have to deal with something like this in your countries. Thank you again. Dear colleagues, it's a pleasure for me to preside over the proceedings of this discussion. My colleague, Ms. El Swawidi, is going to be the rapporteur. And I think it will be a challenge for us. Following the proposal of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, we have been appointed to be in front of you today. I'm sure the discussions will be very fruitful and constructive. Before the introductory remarks, I would like to let you know that there should be some notes, paper notes on at your desks, and you can fill them out to be able to take the floor if you wish to speak, because I know that we have very limited time and we want to finish by lunch. So, and we will be finishing at 1:15. So please feel free to ask to take the floor by sending us your submissions of the requests. As a start, let me remind you that some documents are also available at the document desk. If you didn't pick them up, you can pick it up, but there was already a presentation on the emergency item, and I'm sorry? On the resolution, I'm sorry, on the resolution. There's too many things going on at the same time, so trying to keep up with each meeting, I apologize. And I know that my colleague told me that there was a lot of a number of more than 300 amendments that were presented, so it will be a challenge for all of us to work on that. As you know, the topic of our discussion, and our objective here is to put together a set of purposed gender amendments to the resolution to be adopted. So we will bring the gender perspective into it. We may also decide to support the amendments that have already been proposed in case they echo some of our concerns. These amendments will then be considered by the Standing Committee during its debates. In our interventions, please, these are the questions that are already on the screen that we will try to find an answer for. In what ways do cyber attacks and cybercrimes target and affect women, girls, men, and boys differently? How can laws and policies better address cyber attacks and cybercrimes against women and girls? What are the good practices in preventing cybercrimes against women and girls? How can parliaments and parliamentarians promote the role of women in the fight against cyber attacks and cybercrimes, including female researchers working on cyber defense system? Before I open the floor to discussion, I would also give an example from our parliament, the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. We recently established a committee on digital platforms, where we discuss, and we have representation from different digital platforms, and where we discuss also cybercrime, cyber attacks. We know from the IPU reports that women online get more harassment and more virtual attacks. Women parliamentarians are also targets to more attacks than men are. So this is an issue that's of concern to all of us. I will give the floor. To those who wish to speak. We already have some demands to take the floor. We will try to continue as long as possible until 1:15, but I will kindly request that you limit your presentations to 3 minutes, please, because we want to hear from as many distinguished representatives as possible. And I will please ask you to introduce yourself before the presentation. So I think we can start, right? We're ready. Okay. So may I ask for the distinguished representative from Thailand to take the floor? Thailand, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Pikun Keo from Thailand. I said that, dear colleagues, we cannot deny that women and girls are vulnerable to cyber attacks. We are all subjected to various forms of online malicious activities such as online gambling, romancing scam, and fraud. Many people in prison fall victims to such scams because they mostly spend vast amounts of their time on social media. I strongly agree that women and girls are disproportionately targeted and affected by technology-assisted violence and emphasized in the draft solution. Thailand's Cybersecurity Act was effective on 28 May 2019. The law does not only respond to the fast-growing digital economy in the country, but also oversees cybersecurity activities as well as to prevent and combat cyber threats in a timely manner. In the Act, we define the word cyber threats as an action or unlawful activities using computer or malicious program with an intention to cause harm to a computer system or other relevant data which would cause damage to critical infrastructure. With that in mind, the Asia-Pacific region efforts in promoting cybersecurity was reaffirmed by the recent resolution on strengthening cybersecurity in the Asia-Pacific region, which called for member parliaments of the Asia-Pacific Parliamentary Forum to exchange parliamentary best practices in dealing with cyber threats and attacks on information infrastructures with an aim to create a legislative framework to cybersecurity in the Asia-Pacific region, and also raise awareness among parliaments on the use of ICT in achieving the SDGs with universal commitments to digital security. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for keeping up to time. Now, I'll ask Saudi Arabia, our representative from Saudi Arabia, to take the floor, please.
شكرا سعادة الرئيسة اسمي أمل الشامان.
Thank you, Mrs. President. My name is Amal Shaman. The cyber crimes are violations that violate people's rights and dignity, especially when it comes to stealing people's personal data in order to extort information from people or their bank data. Statistics say that the value of these crimes in the world reached $6 million, and by 2025 the value is expected to rise to $10.5 trillion, which is an increase of 15% per year based on the cybersecurity ventures company statistics. So it does not stop at losing accounts or stealing accounts. It also leads to smuggling, and unfortunately, women are disproportionately affected by this. Social media networks are used to trade women and to force some women, minor women, to get married. This creates fear, and therefore women do not speak up, and the perpetrators are not punished. Unfortunately, they pay the price, and some women are tortured or commit suicide. This requires international, regional, and local efforts combined in order to deal with this problem and in order to ratify international legislations to combat cyber crimes and cooperating with international organizations to combat these crimes. In addition to the continuous development of laws, of local laws, in order to cope with all the new types of crimes. In addition to this, women should participate in raising awareness towards these crimes. Given the importance of exchange between us as parliamentarians, it is very important for us to exchange information on what we are doing in our country. My government has used an innovative strategy based on security legislations and information. Therefore, a number of legislations were issued to combat cyber crimes, including, just 1 minute, please, and a system to combat financial fraud. So there is a national platform that was established to combat electronic crimes at the different ministries, to protect individuals from fraud and canceling or preventing all websites that are accused of legitimate activities.
Possible. And as of now, the list is closed because we have more than enough speakers. So we'll try to complete by 1:15. I will ask from the distinguished representative from Egypt to please take the floor. Egypt? I guess they're not here or here? Oh, I couldn't see you. I'm sorry. Fadal. I guess someone may have their mic on. Can you please make sure your mics are off?
ما لا شك فيه أن طبيعة التهديدات والمخاطر الناجمة.
Undoubtedly, the crime attacks are one of the most challenging problems threatening stability, economic stability, and human rights. Given the recent developments in the cyberspace and computers, we notice that the efforts to achieve development and sustainability and democracy are set aside compared to all the problems that are occurring in the cyberspace. These attacks happen suddenly without any notice. This is what we are facing today as parliamentarians representing our people, and because we are trying to protect their interests. Our country is one of the first to focus on the importance of setting controls for cyber security. We enacted laws against the illegitimate use of networks and the protection of different state networks and websites. This law was not the first step, but there were first a lot of legislative laws. First of all, the protection of intellectual property, the e-signature, and the law to organize IT. There were also a lot of legislative texts to organize the cyberspace and the illegal use of the cyberspace. Ladies and gentlemen, we call on governments and parliaments in general to promote international cooperation in order to have an international comprehensive global strategy urgently in order to combat this problem by urging the governments to expand protection to the biggest number possible of women and girls. The UN should define in a comprehensive way the cyber attacks and cyber crimes. The national legislations should be reviewed and edited in order to protect women, especially in times of election. In the end, I would like to focus on the role that women parliamentarians can play, given that they are the bridge between parliamentarians and the society. They can offer an innovative perspective to solve these complicated problems in the cyberspace by holding conferences, fora, and specialized conferences in order to create a positive environment that enables fighting these types of crimes. Thank you.
I ask our distinguished representative from Iran to take the floor, please.
In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful, this is Ilham Azad, MP from the Islamic Parliament of Iran. Undoubtedly, cyber soft power has a significant impact on cultural changes against societies and destruction of women's dignity. The importance of protecting women from harm and victimization in the cyber world, particularly in the ongoing circumstances, is not hidden from anyone. In addition to positive effects, information and communication technology and cyberspace have also brought disadvantages as well. Among these disadvantages is the spread of the phenomenon of violence in cyberspace, which has become a breeding ground for criminals and criminals against women's rights due to the lack of legality and lack of sufficient supervision, as well as the lack of knowledge of the victimized women. Regulating cyberspace is trying to improve women's awareness and media literacy, turning the threat of cyberspace into an opportunity to create a culture of networking for women's rights and maintaining world peace, and dealing with soft threats against women's rights can help usefully in dealing with online violence and internet or so-called white violence. In addition, the scope of government's role playing in preventing and taking countermeasures, as well as the effectiveness of guaranteeing measures such as criminalization and punishment of cyber criminals can also be effective in reducing cyber violence. Compliance with ethics and adherence to moral principles and values, especially among reference and influential groups in different societies, prosecution, trial, and punishment of perpetrators of cyber violence against women's rights and against women's personality and dignity, strengthening internal mechanisms of deterrence and self-control and self-protection against the threats of the cyberspace regarding women, and swift issuance of warnings through judicial sentence to inform the society, especially women and children, of the effect of the cyberspace, protecting the rights of users in cyberspace by strengthening and developing the national network and the possibility of monitoring criminal and wrongdoers in cyberspace and determining legal provisions for harassing women in cyberspaces are among the proposed solutions. As parliamentarians, we also emphasize the need to respect the laws of countries in the management and monitoring of cyberspace. Despite the increases, the Islamic Republic of Iran has been very successful in dealing with cyber attacks and crimes, especially in the case of women as the most vulnerable group against these attacks. And the specialists in especially in these fields, have been taking the best measures in order to take preventive measures. The Islamic Republic of Iran believes that due to the role played by women in the development of societies, governments should seek to establish legal rules and regulations to support women. Thank you very much for your attention.
And I will please request that you stick to 3 minutes, please. Japan, our distinguished speaker from Japan, please go ahead. Thank you.
My name is Mami Tamura, delegate from Japanese Parliament. I am a member of the House of Councillors. I worked for private companies before I became a member of Parliament. Recently, we see increasing cases of attacks by international cybercrime groups disclosing stolen company data or asking for substantial amount of money on the condition they don't disclose the idea. It is urgent to help companies take measures against cybercrimes. Along the way, we need to be aware that women, along with young people and children, are most likely to be victims of internet crimes. Therefore, we need measures from women parliamentarians' perspective. I believe not only do we need to think about national security and international security, but we should pay attention to crimes targeting women via online platforms around us. For example, in Japan, cases are reported where staffs of retail stores with its full name and face are identified and posted on the social media or video uploading website. These identified individuals are exposed to a risk of becoming a victim of customer harassment or stalking. I have thought that there has been a delay in taking necessary measures against these cases because of the challenges of protecting constitutional rights and freedom of expression, as well as the traditional customs of store staff wearing nameplate with full name. I have been requesting the government to take immediate measures to review regulations and social customs by taking their risk into consideration while respecting their tradition. Also, there was a heartbreaking incident that a female wrestler conducted a suicide after being criticized on the social media due to her remarks on the TV program. Slander on the internet this incident became a serious social issue, and last June, statutory punishment to those who verbally and physically put people down for no reasons. Communication in the cyber area tends to become intense and hurting due to its anonymity and easiness to spread. It is important to protect privacy of those in vulnerable position, including women. Cyberattacks and cybercrimes occur beyond countries. Therefore, measures should be taken internationally. In addition, gender perspective should be taken into consideration. I would like to continue to share insights with members of parliaments of IPU as we need support from women parliamentarians from each country. Thank you.
Good, very sharp, thank you. Our distinguished speaker from South Africa, please. You may take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Fikile Masiko from South Africa. Honorable members, across all countries, women and girls are subjected to online violence that impedes their equal and meaningful participation in public life. They are shamed and humiliated by online violence. The UN Women's Research shows that digital violence can result in women and girls having to restrict their online activity, which in turn prevents their access to the internet and increases the digital gender divide. The research also revealed that in 2022, online abuse of women in a professional context was widespread, with 51% of women revealing that they have experienced online abuse and also reported a serious impact on their professional life. When it comes to legislative framework to address online violence, the UN Women found that some states do not criminalize the non-consensual online dissemination of intimate and sexually explicit images. In light of the above, South Africa proposes an amendment of operative paragraph 6 to read as follows: encourages parliaments to make full use of their oversight function to ensure that governments have the tools, including comprehensive support to victims in the form of technological support for digital content deletion, to control the rapid increase in cybercrime and cyber attacks, and to prevent the digital security, identity, privacy, and data of citizens, especially the most vulnerable. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much for a very good, sharp, short presentation. I'll ask my colleague from Turkey to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gender-based violence committed through electronic communication and the internet is defined as cyber violence against women. Although cyber violence can affect both women and men, women experience different and more traumatic forms of cyber violence. With the rapid development and growth of the internet age, it is estimated that 1 out of every 10 women is exposed to cyberbullying before the age of 15. In this rapidly developing and growing internet age, access to all kinds of information and social area offered by the internet has become a basic human right. For this reason, the digital space needs to become safe for women. According to a study, 51% of women aged 15 and 24 and 42% of men don't prefer to engage in online discussions for fear of being insulted, hate speech or threat. According to the result of digital violence in Turkey, a survey published by Konda research company in 2021 years with the financial support of the United Nations Population Fund, Turkey, 1 out of every 5 people in Turkey says they have been subjected to digital violence. Women state that they are more exposed to digital violence because of their gender and physical appearance. 51% of women receive text, voice, or video harassment message in digital media. 46% are persistently followed. Cyber violence against women is handled within the scope of certain category of crime listed in the Turkish Penal Code, and necessary legal procedures are applied. National and international studies and reports have shown that cybercrime has evolved as a new type of crime with the development of technology and the cybercrime mostly affect women, and that online cyber violence can even evolve into physical violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would also like to refer everyone to the studies prepared by the IPU and PACE on violence against women in parliaments, violence against women in parliaments in Europe and in Africa. Two different reports, they're very valuable. So members of parliament and people who work for members of parliament, women, get more cyber attacks than men. That's another report we might need to look at. I'll ask the distinguished representative from Ecuador, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wilma Andrades from Ecuador, and we would like to thank Bahrain, its president, for this, the president of this assembly, for this warm welcome that they've given us. And I would also like to congratulate the work carried out by Madame Vasilenko, the president of the Women's Parliament, on the issue of cyber attacks. Currently in our country, there are passing 2 laws to combat cybersecurity, but they are not centered on gender. Therefore, we assume that this assembly, or we value the fact that this assembly has taken this resolution that without doubt is going to be a guideline to propose changes to our laws. According to investigations, police investigations, access to computer systems and the attack to the integrity of computing systems has increased a great deal. And cyber attacks in Latin America have increased by 24% in the first months of 2022. In my country is one of the most vulnerable countries to cybercrime, only behind Brazil with 13.3% of users. I'd like to tell you about a personal experience that I was a victim of, because if cyber attacks affect the financial, commercial system, they also affect democracy. In June last year, during voting in the National Assembly in Ecuador, which was trying to change the president, 4 members were attacked. To try and do this remotely, and our voting was attacked. So those who were voting against, those of us who voted against it, in our screens, the opposite showed. And the institutionality was put at risk. Democracy was placed at risk in my country by a cyber attack. And I would also like to point out that in Ecuador, 4 out of every 10 women has access to internet. Therefore, it's a serious problem. Gender or digital gender violence is attacking women in particular who are active in social media, to journalists, women journalists who have a public profile in social media, who have been victims of disinformation campaigns, and of course, politicians. Thank you very much for your attention.
Personal experience as well. It's very important. May I ask the distinguished speaker from Malawi to take the floor?
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for recognizing the Malawi delegation to present their best practices and proposals on the item number 4, the issue to do with cyber attacks and cyber crimes. In Malawi, a major sector targeted by cyber crimes is the financial sector. And the other crimes we are facing as a country is the issue of email scan, distribution of compromising images, hacking, attacks of computer data and systems. And Madam Chairperson, these things affect women being the victims of these cyber crimes. What has Parliament done? So far, we have Parliament of Malawi, as we recognize the prevalence and various cyber crimes in the country. Parliament passed an electrical transaction and the cyber security bill of 2016 and into law. And in this act, Madam Chair, it provides for electronic transactions such as e-commerce. It creates and recognizes various cyber crimes and lays down their fines. Madam Chairperson, this act has provided a platform for harness all the efforts that were being hampered by lack of appropriate legislation. Malawi is also benefiting from regional initiative and the harmonization of strategies to provide modern standard for the region. What are we proposing as a delegation from Malawi? We are proposing that parliaments should make appropriate legislation to fight against cyber crime risks. We should also sensitize our people. We should raise sensitization through education, training, as well as upskilling. We are also proposing that we should target hardening through strengthening security to protect against crime. We are also proposing that there is need for international cooperation. In many cases, cyber crimes involve data transfer processes in the internet affects more than one country, and under those circumstances, the investigations requires cooperation between law enforcement agencies in all the countries affected. Madam Chair, as well as we are proposing that sanctions against cyber crimes, including ban or personal traveling and the asset freezing, should be imposed. I submit, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. May I ask the distinguished speaker from Canada to take the floor? Canada, are you here?
Merci, Madame la Présidente, de me donner cette occasion.
Everything linked to cybersecurity, women only represented 2 professionals in cybersecurity. We have to consider that we would have a great deal to learn in cybersecurity by governance and setting up or putting into practice all these policies. And we would need to give cybersecurity to more women in order for them to be able to exert their influence on the decision making. So we need to promote the integration of women in all of public policies in terms of cybersecurity, because we have to acknowledge that women have got a lot to say in terms of cybercrime and violence which is directed against women. So in terms of these 2 factors, we need to have a greater feminine influence in cybersecurity to avoid violence and harassment against women. And we need to lobby for cyberspaces which favor the efforts between sexes and people in terms of cybersecurity. And hate and cyber violence have become clearly opportunities and for violence against women. And they're not just creating inequality between sexes, but they're also inextricably linked into the struggle against intolerance. Therefore, I hope that we will be able to unite all together and set up projects for cybersecurity. And we will find a remedy for this underrepresentation of women in decision-making, in technological development and consultations. And above all, that this resolution, once it has been adopted, we will all be together in order to be able to put it into practice. Thank you very much.
May I ask the distinguished representative from Syria to take the floor?
Cybersecurity is usually linked to terminology that are connected, such as cybersecurity, cybercrime, and electronic hacking, and how we can use electronic technology to control this. In Syria, we are facing these new challenges, and we are trying to promulgate legislation such as such as law number 5 for 2009, as well as the law for protecting intellectual property and the law to protect personal data. In fact, there are many, or we have established a special department to fight these cyber crimes, and we have trained our judges. Furthermore, we also established a national department. We have many challenges, especially when it comes to the lack of trained and competent staff. Public employees don't have a lot of expertise in this field. For solutions, we need to take preventive measures based on a specialized legislation nature and environment in order to achieve a certain level of security for internet and technology users. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You were very brief, thank you. Now I'll ask the representative from Portugal to speak, and then Greece is after that. We're speeding up. Portugal, please.
Hello, dear President, dear colleagues. Information technology area is still an uneven sector, and when we talk about cybersecurity industry, it is no secret that LOC's female representation continues at all levels. While cybersecurity is widely perceived as a future visioned and progressive industry, the fact is that it remains largely a male-dominated profession. In Europe, for example, women make up just 11% of the industry. That is why one of our objectives must be promote, encourage, and support the participation of women in the field of cybersecurity. The presence of women on the cybersecurity environment is crucial, and it begins, first of all, by education. Culturally, our schools have a long way to go. It's a question of mentality that we must change. Hacking gender barriers is also a challenge in this area, and raising society's awareness begins here, in schools. We cannot have no more the promotion of differences in what boys and girls can do professionally. It's a matter of gender inclusion. Changing that, we enhance women presence on cybersecurity job market, increase the female researchers, so we can set up a dynamic and sustainable structure that promote best practices and support the development of national policies to fight against cyber attacks and cybercrimes that, as we know, continues to affect severely women and girls. It is time to deconstruct stereotypes and promote equal opportunities in access to these areas. And it's not just a question of social justice. We all know that environment with greater gender diversity is also more productive and can make the difference. Regardless of gender, this is a cause of all, and women has an important role. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll ask the speaker from Greece to speak, and Oman is after that.
Thank you. The theme for International Women's Day, 8 March 2023, is Digital Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality. The International Women's Day will explore the impact of the digital gender gap on withering economic and social inequalities. The event will also spotlight the importance of protecting the rights of women and girls in digital spaces and addressing online facilitated gender-based violence. The inclusion of women in technology will help tackle the problem of online violence that 38% of women have experienced, according to the study of 51 countries. Violence against women and children, especially girls, is a global pandemic. It is a moral affront to all women and children, highlighting a profound lack of respect, a failure by men to recognize the equality and dignity of women. It is an issue of fundamental human rights. The World Health Organization reports a 60% increase in domestic violence across Europe, with the victims being mostly women and children and the perpetrators belonging to their immediate environment. Shocking data reveal that of the 81,000 women murdered worldwide last year, 56% were killed by family members. It must be a priority of the political and social life of each country to open a public debate on gender inequalities, patriarchy, and the fight against all forms of gender violence, including femicide. All of us must fight for equality in a just society without patriarchy and gender discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished representative from Greece. Now we will hear from Oman. Right after that, it will be Algeria. Oman, please.
Thank you to the President and ladies and gentlemen from the participating cyber attacks are a global matter that all societies suffer from, and it is a main feature of our modern times. This is why it's, legislations and raising awareness is very important. This is why the Sultanate of Oman adopted several legislations regarding cybersecurity, including combating technology or IT crimes, and all these efforts need more progress. So we need to keep up with the developments in the cyber environment. Regarding the draft resolution that has been proposed in this meeting regarding cybersecurity and cyber risks, we can see the efforts deployed by all state members, and this is reflected by this resolution or this draft resolution, and of course we would like to support its adoption. Here we have comments regarding points 12 and 13 of this proposal, we have noticed that those two paragraphs call for the establishment of a United Nations center to spot electronic risks. However, I think that this is not really a realistic proposal, because there is a lot of tension between the big powers that are trying to exact their political and economical hegemony. In fact, they use the internet for these risks, and this center will be another polarization effect to exact their political and economical hegemony. Different countries have different electronic and technological means. This is why we think that it is important to amend this proposal in order, or in a way that will reflect reality. Perhaps the cooperation can be more regional, that have to do more with the interest of nations and their public. Thank you very much.
Before I give the floor to Algeria, I wanted to state that since we don't have any time, we won't be able to give the floor to second speakers from the same country. So it will be one person per delegation. Thank you for your understanding. So Algeria, I'll give you the floor, and then it will be Indonesia after Algeria. Distinguished representative from Algeria?
Yes.
Please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أقدم نفسي فريدة.
I would like to present myself, Farida Emimi from Algeria. Mrs. President, ladies and gentlemen, hello everybody. On my own behalf and on the behalf of my colleague from Algeria, I would like to thank Bahrain for hosting us, and I would like to seize this opportunity to present our condolences for the Turkish and the Syrian population for the latest environmental crisis. I would also like to congratulate my female colleagues for the International Women's Day, and I hope that us women stay on top of our fields. And I would also like to congratulate female parliamentarians for the declaration of IPU that said that there are women in all parliaments all over the world. This progress has been made thanks to all your efforts. We need to make more efforts to reach higher levels of representation based on merit and actual practice. I would also like to congratulate you for choosing cybersecurity. It is one of the main subjects of the moment. We live in modern times where there is a widespread of IT, and cyber threats are now more common, because we can see that wars are not only fought with real weapons but also with cyber weapons. Electronic crimes take several aspects, such as electronic bullying, hate speech, disinformation, false information, terrorism through internet, and also extremism. All of this is a great threat for national and international peace and security. As a result, prevention of cyber crimes and fighting them are one of the priorities of the international community. Algeria is no exception. In 2020 and in 2021, we counted more than 10,000 victims of these crimes from individuals, companies, and institutions, and women are the most affected by these crimes. In fact, they are subject every day to electronic violence, in addition to blackmailing women through the internet. This is why the Algerian authorities put in place a very important law and resolution to fight IT crimes and cyber crimes. We established a national committee to prevent IT crimes by Law 0109. It is an independent authority that answers only to the Minister of Justice, and through the activation through and exchange of information by collecting data to identify the perpetrators of these crimes. And thank you.
Request Indonesia to take the floor, then it will be Morocco after that. Distinguished representative from Indonesia.
Yes, we're here. Thank you, Madam President. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Overall, let me introduce myself first. My name is Putri Komarudin. I am a member of the House of Representatives of Indonesia. And overall, we think the draft resolution has mentioned several key gender-based points. And however, we believe it could be supported with a more victim or survivor-oriented approach in addition to preventive actions. This will ensure that the resolution supports adopting a comprehensive legal framework in countering gender-based cyber attacks and violence. And there are several points that Indonesia would like to make. First, we think we can all agree that on the increasing prevalence of women and girls falling as victims of cyber violence, a study estimated that 1 in 10 women experience a form of cyber violence at the age of 15. And similarly, in the case of Indonesia, we witnessed an 80% rise in cyber violence complaints against women and girls between 2020 and 2021. And this statistic might not reflect reality, especially if we consider that a lot more cases are not reported or that not all of those complaints are forwarded to prosecution. A study in Indonesia even reported that only less than a fifth of complaints are prosecuted. And the steady spike in cases indicates many things, including that many more forms of cyber crimes are getting recognized under our laws. On the other hand, it also showcases that prevention and handling approaches were developed slower. Thus, our second point is that we need our laws to be comprehensive instead of using a piecemeal approach that focuses just on prevention or criminalization. Our legal framework should encompass the whole cycle of a case, starting from prevention and handling to the recovery of victims' rights, so that it can better address cyber crimes against women and girls. It is indeed a challenge for us as MPs to ensure that such a framework exists in our legal systems. If there isn't, we must evaluate our existing mechanism and develop them based on victims-oriented approach. And to share Indonesia's experience, we included cybercrime or the electronic-based sexual violence into our sexual violence crimes legal framework last year through the adoption of Law Number 12 of 2022 on sexual violence crimes. And there are several key measures in terms of the recovery aspects for the victims that law introduces. The first, the law laid out sexual violence actions that can be defined as cyber crimes that are punishable under the law. And it is also complemented with a bridging clause which connects this law with other forms of sexual violence already regulated by the criminal code, child protection law, domestic violence law, and other existing laws. And therefore, even if the crimes are not mentioned under the sexual violence law, they can be punishable under it. So it provides more comprehensive protection and legal remedies to victims. And the law also provides authority to the central government to delete or terminate access to sexual content in dispute. One of the characteristics of cybercrimes is that they can quickly spread the content, even leaving digital traces that could affect the victim's rehabilitation process. With the new authority, we can control the spread of content while enabling the prosecution to process the case and its evidence and protect the victim's interests. And based on what I shared, I really hope we can consider the victim or survivor-oriented approach to complement the preventive actions we push under the draft resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will please ask the distinguished representative from Morocco to take the floor, then it will be Guyana after that. Morocco. Is the representative from Morocco here? Oh, I'm sorry, there you are. Go ahead, please.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة.
Thank you very much,
Thank you, Mrs. President.
Mrs. President.
First of all, I would like to thank Bahrain for their warm welcome. In reality, today, a big number of women are subject to violence in all its forms, starting with small violations to sexual harassment. This is very dangerous. Digital violence is starting to threaten all the achievements of the different states and governments in gender equality. Today, due to this digital violence, women are isolated from the virtual space because violence is moving from real life to virtual life and vice versa. All the numbers that are published do not reflect the truth because not all women report the violence that they are subject to, either because they don't trust the law, they don't know the law, or they fear becoming perpetrators instead of being victims. In Morocco, there is a law criminalizing violence in all its forms, including digital violence. We still need to do more in this field. Digital violence is also dangerous because it affects the economic sphere. It also hinders the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. This is why the question here is, what should we do? And here I am talking about female and male parliamentarians. We should all work on renewing legislations and renewing the sanctions against these perpetrators. We should also define digital violence in the law. There should also be safe and secure reporting platforms dedicated to women. In the end, I would like to say that it is our responsibility to invest this virtual space in a different way. We can use it to combat violence against women. Thank you, Ms. President.
Being brief, may I ask the representative from Guyana to take the floor? Then it will be the Gambia.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to express my thanks to Bahrain for their excellent hospitality. When we construe violence in the modern world, we are quite aware that also digital technology has been an equalizer, should be an equalizer. It has opened the door to various forms of violence, hate speech, and many areas and instances when women and girls experience violence via social media. However, it is imperative that there be harmonization of legislation, looking at it regionally, and a comprehensive framework nationally to ensure that there is a dedicated thrust towards eradicating violence. For example, in Guyana, our constitution has enshrined within its tenets equality in economic, political, and social life when it comes to women. And this is further reflected in our legislation. And the philosophical ethos translates in all legislation, so much so that our existing cybercrime legislation, which was passed in 2018, will now be repealed for a more modern legislation, which is of a regional nature and will form the model law of CARICOM with the help of the ad hoc committee of the United Nations. In addition to that, our newer forms of legislation focusing on violence and harassment will also cater for forms of violence that are perpetrated in a digital environment. In addition to this, the harnessing of digital tools is important, and as such, an iMatter app puts together all the resources to tackle violence against women and girls particularly, and has within it a panic button to improve reporting. Secondly, we also are moving as a country to develop a card that consolidates data on every person so that there will be an effective monitoring or a monitoring tool where you will remove the chances of anonymous attacks on the digital world. And this is important because with the removal of anonymity, it will eventually eradicate or significantly reduce violence against women and girls in a digital sphere. Education is also critical. And so I would like to really propose as part of the resolutions that there must be emphasis on education. And the government of Guyana has focused its attention on targeting girls and boys in the primary, secondary, and tertiary environment by offering coding, Guyana Girls Code. This is a program because coding is an important component of cybersecurity. I thank you for this opportunity to share.
Thank you so much. May I ask the representative from the Gambia to take the floor? Then it will be Kuwait after that.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity once again from Rwanda. My name is Honorable Fatou Cham, a representative from the Gambia with a delegation of 5 members, including 6 members, including the clerk. And I will seize this opportunity also to thank our host, this country, who is so happy, and at the moment we are all happy, and for welcoming us here, giving us this warm welcome. Cybercrime, the topic cybercrime is becoming a burning issue in the Gambia and of course the world at large, which affects women and vulnerable children at their domain or even psychologically. Violence against women by way of bullying, hate speech, and sexual and gender-based violence, victims' exposure on internet for political fights, and also sexual harassment on women and children with slow action to justice. Solution could be colleague parliamentarians to continue the advocacy on stop to cybercrime and violence against women and girls, just like what the IPU is currently doing. Therefore, I would thank the IPU for taking this bold step in bringing cybercrime as a topic in the 146th IPU Assembly in Bahrain, and Bahrain for hosting this event. And I hope this will be implemented in all IPU member countries. Gambia had decided to come up with a bill on cybercrime, which is on a draft stage, and with the hope to ratify this bill. I thank you all, and in conclusion, I advise the women women parliamentarians to take a lead in terms of advocacy in our various countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. May I ask Kuwait to please take the floor?
Yes.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, first of all, I would like to extend my deepest thanks to the Kingdom of Bahrain for their warm welcome. We would like to congratulate women on International Women's Day, and we would like to thank you for the great management of this session. I want to talk about 3 points. First point is related to Kuwait, since I am representing Kuwait today. Kuwait is taking into consideration the importance of cybersecurity. In 2022, it established a national center for cybersecurity. Under its umbrella, there are all the categories related to cyber crimes. The main goal from the center was to set a national strategy for cybersecurity and deal with all the related threats and risks. We look forward to benefit from the legislations of the participating countries in order to activate all the different fields and share expertise in this domain. The second point is it is now very important to motivate and support the students, girls and boys alike, to study in these specializations and choosing these digital specializations. It is also very important to share scientific expertise in this field among member states. The third point is today it is very important and necessary to have a comprehensive international convention to fight cyber crimes in order to cooperate or improve cooperation among countries to prevent these crimes and mitigate their risks. The absence of such conventions create a big vacuum and affect security in all countries. It is now very important to have such a convention. This void or vacuum is unfortunately affecting the security system around the world. I would like to thank the Emirati and Spanish delegations for their presentations about the cybersecurity resolution that we now need more than ever. Thank you very much.
We have last two speakers, 2 minutes each, please. I'll ask the speaker from the Arab Parliament to present. Thank you.
شكرا. يطيب لي أن أبدأ كلمتي معربة.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to express my gratitude to be present here as a representative of the Arab Parliament. I would also like to thank my deepest thanks and gratitude to the Bahraini Parliament and the IPU for the great organization of this special meeting. I want to seize this opportunity, the opportunity of participating in this debate, to call for setting a comprehensive plan that promotes the participation of women in the fight against cyber crimes, especially cyber attacks against all of our societies. Furthermore, I have several points and to tackle and several recommendations, because as Arab parliamentarians, we have a big responsibility in drafting and revising the laws and legislations in order to mitigate the risks of cyber attacks that are targeting women directly. And this, of course, exacerbates violence against women. It is our responsibility to promote awareness in the society, especially raising women's awareness on cyber security. In our curricula, we should also define cyber security in a unified way. Our governments are also required to draft plans and legislations to ensure protection and mitigate the risks of cyber crimes by amending the legislations and laws to go hand in hand with these legislations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Exactly 2 minutes. Thank you. And our final speaker is from the PMNCH. You may have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So PMNCH is really concerned about the decline. PMNCH is the largest alliance for women, children, and adolescents in the world. Women are 26% more likely to be victims of identified fraud than men, and 53% of victims of identified theft are women. Furthermore, women comprise the majority of victims of cyberbullying, which is well recognized as a severe public health issue. 60% of girls and adolescents in the world with access to internet have been a victim of virtual violence at least once. This form of gender-based online violence increases the digital divide confronting women and girls coercing them to self-censor themselves or to keep a low profile for fear of their privacy or security will be violated. It is critical that parliaments around the world really look and focus on the rights of women and girls, in the form that cyber attack and cyber crimes laws be more gender responsive, using a strong gender analysis approach, examining the conditions under which women and girls access the internet, gender inequality issues, in relation to cyber infrastructure, landscape, and the uses to which they put the internet to use. Existing laws and policies to address gender-based violence be expanded to protect women and girls from online gender-based violence. Relevant laws and policies be made more adolescent responsive, especially towards the needs of adolescent girls. Using an adolescent well-being framework, the dimensions of which include fostering connectiveness, positive values, and healthy relationships. Creating a safe and supportive environment and promoting agency and resilience. These have been shown to protect young people for acts of cyberbullying. Lastly, the legal systems to protect the rights of adolescent girls be strengthened. We at PMCH have established with 1 million young people in the world a 1.8 billion campaign. We would like the parliamentarians to engage in this, and please pick up a copy of this that really identifies areas of critical focus that is needed. In fact, a resolution in this area of adolescence is really needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that was a very good place to conclude our discussion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from where I sit, you look wonderful. I mean, noticing that most of the room is still here and we're late, I want to thank you again from the bottom of my heart. We've come to the end of our business for today. Thank you again for your very, very valuable contributions. We talked about digitalization, cybercrime. We may talk about post-human future. Where are we going with all of this? And of course, its effects on women. Ms. El Suwaidi will have a challenging time putting all this wonderful information together. But in this afternoon session, we will be here again and she will present her report. I wanted to thank again to the Parliament of Bahrain, and I think we need, before we resume at 2:30, in a little bit, in an hour here, let's take a round of applause to all of you and to the translators who've been doing a very good job. Thank you. See you at 2:30.
Evet, evet.
and climate change.
However, even if it is public knowledge that the impacts of climate change are felt by everyone around the globe, and that the same impact are experienced, however, differently, depending on several factors such as income, social group, gender, etc. We continue to see that women and girls are excluded from decision-making processes, and that they face unequal access to resources, and they are more prone to suffer from the negative impacts of disaster and severe climate events. As we know, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has already reiterated that the global average temperature increase by 2 Celsius rather than 1.5 would lead to even greater rates of poverty, increased water stress, heightened food insecurity, increased sea level rise, greater temperatures, higher rates of drought, among other impacts. These phenomena, because of their disproportionate impact on women and girls, have the potential to increase women's substantive inequalities in respect of their human rights to adequate standard of living, and in particular to their access to food security and water security. In this context as well, experts have been saying that unless we act now, in just 2 years, 2/3 of the world population may face safe water shortages. It will affect billions of us, and predominantly women and girls in the global south, who continue to walk miles to fetch water, exposing themselves to the risk of violence. We know that climate-induced losses and damages dramatically multiply the social crisis. That is a given, especially in society that are already struggling with pre-existing inequalities and multiple injustices. The impact of climate disaster particularly threatens women's rights, as we know that over 80% of people currently displaced by climate-related events are women and girls, according to the Women Gender Constituency of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Recently, at COP27, a senator from Pakistan, a woman senator who is the Minister of Climate Change, was one of the prominent advocates which led to the successful establishment of a loss and damage fund to support poorer countries who are greatly affected by climate change. However, despite this leadership, women continue to be underrepresented in decision-making positions on climate. For example, women accounted for less than 54% of country negotiating teams, and only 7 out of 110 heads of state present at COP27 were women. Even if women and girls continue to constitute the largest proportion among the affected population by climate change, women are not essentially vulnerable, nor they can be attributed distinct property of vulnerabilities. Vulnerability is constructed socially, economically, culturally, through distribution of power, wealth, and resources. The CEDAW committee has recognized in its concluding observation on state parties, and many of you are represented in this room today, and through its general recommendation 37, as was alluded to by the chair, that state parties and other stakeholders have obligations under the convention to take steps to address the gender-related dimension of disasters and climate change through the adoption of targeted, country-specific legislation, and this is where your role is prominently, policies, strategy, budgets, and other measures, hence your role as parliamentarian. Gender-based violence also was alluded to this morning on the cyber screen, but it is also very much exacerbated in situations of crisis and disasters. The recent pandemic unfortunately illustrated this problem. In addition, the limited participation of women in politics and decision-making processes add to the disadvantage of women when they are faced with disaster and climate change. And these disadvantages and obstacles also prevent women from being able to actively contribute to decision-making and to the development of adapted strategy, gender-responsive measures, and action at the national and local levels related to climate change mitigation and adaptation, and disaster risk reduction, reconstruction, and recovery efforts. Let us not forget how much traditional knowledge and what women hold as a knowledge is key sometimes to handling the crisis, and we are never ever taking care of asking them about their own knowledge. The disadvantages that women suffer from are exacerbating because we always view women as victims or inherently vulnerable rather than rights holders with the right to be consulted, participate, and influence decisions and actions impacting their lives, as well as key actors with critical contribution to their society, economy, and environment. Gender equality and women's participation and leadership have been placed as areas of vital importance in global development frameworks and agreement. The commitment on women's empowerment and gender equality are grounded in CEDAW, and IPU is a key partner in that regard, as we have jointly embarked on the development of a new general recommendation on the equal and inclusive representation of women in decision-making systems. It is the best way to mark the 40th anniversary of the CEDAW Committee. In conclusion, the rollout of effective, equitable, and sustainable policies addressing climate change with a view to reducing insecurities and social crises requires placing the reduction of existing gender inequalities and women's empowerment at the center of the analysis and action undertaken, in particular through the full representation of women and girls at all levels of decision-making. The Paris Agreement, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and in particular SDG 1, 2, 5, 6, 13, and 16 provide us with an opportunity to make a positive difference in the life of the next generations. Your role as parliamentarian is key to this process. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Haider, for this very informative presentation. And as you rightly said, we need more women in decision-making positions so that we can really see the change. I now give the floor to Ms. Triggs to share with us how the UNHCR ensure that measures to prevent, mitigate, and address the efforts of crisis are all gender responsive and promote the rights of women and girls and their empowerment, including the rights of displaced women and girls.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much indeed for giving us at the United Nations Refugee Agency an opportunity to be part of this IPU conference. And I say that because we know that what we need is the influence and the understanding of members of parliaments who can bring an effective advocacy voice into government in order to achieve both the legislative changes and the policy changes if we are to protect women who are so seriously affected by climate change. This is a very wide-ranging topic, if I may say so. Climate, gender inequality, and of course the huge question of peace and security. But the interaction of each of these elements is absolutely vital if we are to respond to the concerns that we have in particular at the United Nations Refugee Agency. Because you might say, well, why is a refugee agency of the United Nations concerned with climate change or concerned with water? Of course, you all know that we're very much concerned with peace, but I thought I'd begin by explaining the context, why it is that the UN Refugee Agency is so concerned about climate and limited access to water resources. And the reason lies in the mounting and unprecedented numbers of displaced people globally. And in the last year, the High Commissioner for Refugees has reported that we have 103 million people displaced either within their own country or across national boundaries seeking international protection as refugees. In the more than 70-year history of the United Nations Refugee Agency, we have never had numbers of this huge dimension. And in the last year, we've had 14 emergencies, 26 of them new. And now you'll all be, of course, aware of the emergencies with the Ukrainian war, with the drought in Somalia, with the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. But there are many, many other emergencies around the world, and we need to keep an eye on those emergencies because it is conflict that is the main driver of displacement. All over the world, we have conflicts, either a war as in Ukraine, or we have conflict at much smaller levels, but nonetheless devastating in many parts of Africa. And I'm thinking of Mozambique, of the Sahel, and recently Somalia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and others. But what is perhaps the newer element that we are starting to talk about is that climate is having an enormous impact on the movement of peoples due to conflict. Because conflict is what might be called a vulnerability multiplier. And I thought, perhaps if I may, I would give you an example of what I mean. If we take, it's one, and one could look at 20 or 40 examples, but one that perhaps you'll be aware of is the recent conflict in Cameroon, where the grasslands for herds has declined significantly. So the herds people are moving into traditional agricultural areas or into fishing areas in the Great Lakes area and in the river that separates Chad from Cameroon. And that has led to conflict between peoples that have always existed peacefully. But now they have, a conflict has erupted, and over the space of just a week, a few months ago, 30,000 people fled from Cameroon into Chad, placing yet another responsibility burden on the people of Chad to care for these displaced people. So my point is that as we see climate change having an impact on access to water, on access to arable land, or onto land where herds can be fed, we are seeing more conflict and more displacement. But as my colleague, Ms. Haider from CEDAW has said, one of the shocking facts when we talk about people displaced is that in many conflicts, 80% of people displaced are women and children. But another fact, which again illustrates the interoperability of this, the interconnectedness of the world in which we live in, is that 40% of the world's refugees are hosted in countries which are climate vulnerable. And they're also hosted in countries which are the poorest or low or middle income countries. So we have an interrelationship of factors which are having an enormous impact. As Ms. Haider has also pointed out quite accurately, when we have conflict and when we have displacement reflecting lack of access to water resources or as a consequence of climate, we see that the crisis affects women disproportionately. And it's a shocking fact that over 14 times the number of women and children are killed by climate-fueled disasters or conflict. So in every context, we see women and children being the greatest sufferers from our inability to control conflict and our inability to manage climate impacts. We see in some areas girls excluded from school in unprecedented numbers. And in the Horn of Africa, for example, which is now in its 6th year of drought, 9 million livestock have been killed, but 15 million children are out of school. We see a growth in child marriage, of intimate partner violence. We have overcrowded communal living conditions with gender-based violence spiking in areas. The point has been made, and we need to make it as well for refugee women and women displaced. And that is that women are key agents of change, and one of the greatest wastes of human resources is that we do not listen to those women's voices. They need economic empowerment and engagement at the table if they are to reduce the risks and to use the experience and skills that they have to both act proactively to ensure self-reliance and resilience in the face of climate change and water scarcity, but also to be able to respond. Now, many of you will be aware we have many legal instruments. We have all sorts of law created in the 20th century. The challenge for us in the 21st century is to give effect to those conventions, whether it's the Organization of African Unities Convention, the Cartagena Declaration for the Americas, or the global, of course, agreement on the status of refugees. But importantly, of course, to give effect to the Global Compact on Refugees, which is an aspirational, non-legal document which asks for the equitable sharing of responsibilities to assist those countries that are supporting women and children, often poor, low to middle income countries that we all need to take responsibility and to share. Of course, we are very good within the UN system, perhaps for my own agency, at describing the problem. We have the data to demonstrate it, but perhaps we're not always so good at finding solutions. And within the UN Refugee Agency, we are trying to work harder now on finding concrete solutions, and one of them is through climate finance. That is to use the financial resources available globally in order to support host countries that are particularly climate vulnerable and that host the most refugees, but also to ensure that women have access to financing. It's a very sad fact that funding is often not available to poorer women, to local actors, to local communities, for all sorts of very technical, legal, and procedural reasons. And one thing we are calling for is new approaches to scaling up climate financing and to ensuring that financing is available on a non-discriminatory basis to ensure that women at local levels can be more influential. So can I conclude, because I know time is short for each of us, can I conclude by asking that we all now stand up in the 21st century to try to give effect to implement in concrete ways the laws that we have in place, the policies that we have in place, and all the goodwill that exists to give effect to the mounting numbers of people displaced because of conflict and climate-related issues. And can I say we cannot keep doing the same things. This is the century for us to be looking at new initiatives to try to deal with the numbers that we're working with and to ensure that women are properly represented and able to use their agency to be effective. So thank you very much, and I very much look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Triggs, for this very important contribution. And actually, the numbers are a bit heartbreaking, number of refugees and how women and children are very affected by this. We hope things can change very soon. Thank you. I would now like to turn to Madam Speaker, Nunu Kumba. Could you inform us on the historic drought situation in the Horn of Africa, where millions of people are currently food insecure and leaving their homes in search of food and water, and how this disaster can be addressed in a way that builds sustainable peace, water governance, and climate action with a strong gender perspective. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, colleagues of the panel, honorable speakers, members of the heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My presentation will focus on the historic drought in the Horn of Africa. And I'm very honored to be part of these panel discussions. The Horn of Africa is in the grip of a worsening drought. Tens of millions of people are in jeopardy, facing an uncertain future. Lives and livelihood across the region have been disrupted, and many will not recover soon. With increased climatic variability, many areas are now facing their fifth consecutive failed rains, and a sixth failed rainy season is predicted in 2023. In Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya, drought conditions exacerbated by existing instability and conflict have left 11 million people food insecure, causing deaths of over 250,000 people, including 130,000 children. This has resulted in increased humanitarian needs, severe water scarcity, dying livestock, as stated earlier by my colleague, and inflation and disease outbreaks. When an alarm was raised about famine in early 2017, the collective response by national and international partners, the European Union, the United Nations, and the World Bank, demonstrated a clear commitment to never again let a famine unfold in Somalia. The massive scale-up of life-saving assistance throughout the country by local communities, civil society, youth groups, diaspora, private sector, local and national authorities, and international partners reflected a level of solidarity and efficiency in the national international aid system to collectively prevent famine in Somalia. I would also like to note that the climate change impacts continue to disproportionately affect women and girls as a result of displacement, food insecurity, and especially those living in protracted conflict areas. Rising poverty and food insecurity, often associated with loss of livelihood, can heighten intimate partner sexual and gender-based violence. It is not a secret that some families have married off their girl children as a coping survival strategy. These are serious issues that have been raised at the international level by prominent personalities such as Michelle Bachelet, twice former president of Chile, and former United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights from 2018 to 2022. Today, I want to focus on South Sudan, my country, given the urgency of the situation there. Compared to other countries in the Horn of Africa, South Sudan is facing recorded breaking rains and floods for the fourth consecutive years, and the threat of worse to come as climate change accelerates. 2/3 of the country is currently experiencing flooding, and over 1 million have been directly affected, and affected as water swept away homes and livestock, forcing thousands to flee and worsening as already their food emergency. At the recent International Women Conference on Transformational Leadership in Juba, South Sudan, climate change and its nexus with advancing gender equality was high on the agenda. One of the key messages focused on the need for the government prioritization of social protection system and access to basic social services such as water and sanitation, health care, education, and renewable energy sources as a foundation to building women's resilience to crises, including those caused by climate change, natural disasters, and conflict. Such services must consider the diverse and special needs of women and girls with disabilities, the internally displaced and migrant women, and those living in rural areas. To save lives and to stop communities from collapsing, we must act now. Today, there must be leadership from the international community. Even as we grapple with the tragic event in Ukraine and the earthquake in Turkey and Syria and the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, we need to dig deeper in response to the unfolding crisis in the Horn of Africa. The Kampala Ministerial Declaration on Migration, Environment, and Climate Change, signed by 15 African member states in July 2022, is one of the most significant framework that demonstrates a whole of government approach but also the informed and proactive outlook of the government in the region. However, a regional crisis of this magnitude requires a more coordinated and ambitious regional response, given the cross-border movements in search for pasture, water, and humanitarian services. Today's event is an opportunity to propose concrete actions and measures to assist and protect drought and flood-affected communities at all levels. We have excellent lessons to learn from countries such as India, which harvested its water from the annual flooding of river ganges and later uses it to irrigate rice, which is sold to other countries in the world, including the Horn of Africa. South Sudan has been proactive in developing its South Sudan National Water Policy, 2007, South Sudan National Environment Policy, 2015, Adaptation Plan of Action and a Strategy that was launched on 12 November 2015, though the country's technical assessment on vulnerability, hazards, and priority sector is limited. South Sudan remains committed to all SDGs, in this case SDG 13, with the theme of leaving no one behind. We are strongly committed to prevent and eliminate violence against women and girls due to climate change impacts, including recognizing that the violence against women and girls across diversity are intrinsically linked. South Sudan ascended to 4 international conventions, adopting them into law on 24 February 2023. The laws cover civil, political, and economic rights of the people of South Sudan, and including the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the Rights of Women in Africa, commonly known as the Maputo Protocol, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. All these indicate the commitment of the government to address issues of global concerns. I would like to urge all governments on the Horn of Africa, as well as the international community, to commit to putting women and girls at the center of decision-making on climate, environmental, and disaster risk policies and programs. Countries' parliaments must put mechanisms in place to ensure that women have appropriate information on disaster preparedness and providing alternative means of livelihood if they are faced with a climate crisis. Mitigation will be sustainable compared to response, which is no longer value for money. Time has come for no more debates on these issues, and it is time to act now. Therefore, due to frequent droughts experienced in the respective countries, and especially in the Horn of Africa, we need to, as government, to have programs which prioritize and promote harvesting and retention of water for different uses. This will be implemented through the community-based watershed management with a focus on maintaining the quality and the quantity of water. 2, countries and parliaments have to exercise zero tolerance to perpetrators of sexual and gender-based violence and must take urgent steps to respect and protect women and girls that are violated, especially as victims of circumstances. 3, countries or parliaments have to ensure that there is a full and equal participation and leadership of women leadership of women on climate change issues. Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with collective commitment and a strong political will as governments and parliaments, in line with all the national and international legal framework in place, we can change the lives of our people, especially women and girls in the Horn of Africa and beyond, who are affected in these areas. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your first-hand account on the worrying situation facing your country and your region. And I also thank you for the solutions that you have proposed. I announce that the list of speakers is closed. We have a number of speakers who would like to speak, so we have closed the list by now. I'm pleased to give the floor to Mr. Puto, on how Indonesia is currently coping with and mitigating the impacts of climate change, including in association with those who are most affected by these impacts. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor for me, and also I'm very blessed to be here as one of the panel for this very important session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. Let me start by introducing myself. I'm Putu Supadma Rudana. I'm a member of Indonesian Parliament, and my constituency is in Bali, the home of 144 IPU last year. I'm also in Commission 6, dealing with trade investment and also state-owned companies. And then now I'm the vice chair of the Committee for Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation. Before, we have heard about the challenges and also the threats regarding insecurity and crisis of water, climate, and also peace. And then I think at this time, I would like to share the experience, the wisdom, and hopefully, of course, comparing the challenges, the experience of Indonesia, and the wisdom of probably there's a local wisdom in Bali, because we're very lucky that we blessed with all resources that we have, not only the natural beauty, but we have water supplies from the lake, and also luckily we are very green, and then we have great river, and then actually it's very sustainable because we don't need nuclear reactor or power to bring the water from the mountain to the sea. So I think that's one great information of wisdom maybe I can share. Climate crisis overly affects vulnerable population, including women and children. Of course, during the 145th IPU Assembly last year in Kigali, we have heard how the crisis, including water insecurity, highly amplifies the existing gender inequalities. We have also heard in the UN parliamentary hearing held just a few weeks ago on how essential water and sanitation on human life. However, as important resources with the potential to drive economic development, ineffective resource management often stands in the way. I believe that engaging and empowering women and girls' participation are the key to ensure resilience and sustainability to this sector. Since 2017, Indonesia has implemented the water safety plans to ensure the quality on drinking water and protect communities from contamination. In 2021, we reached a key milestone through enacting the National Roadmap of WSP, Water Safety Plans, for 2021 to 2025, which includes implementation of 190 districts and municipalities by 2024. The provision also includes measures to address gender discrimination and inequalities in water and sanitation. I would also like to highlight the main challenges in curbing water security gap between rural and urban area. As of 2020, only 82% of households in rural Indonesia have access to basic water services, while almost 95% of urban households enjoy those services. To tackle this, Indonesia has launched a community-based rural water supply and sanitary program since, of course, 2007. It is a bottom-up participatory driven program which ensure all members of community have equal access to drinking water. It's called PAM CIMAS. It's one of the biggest water supply programs in the world in terms of public participation. As of 2022, almost 22 million people in 32,000 villages throughout Indonesia have PAM CIMAS access. Gender equality is one of the main principles of this PAM CIMAS program by providing equal opportunities for women and men to make decisions, participate actively, and be responsible for the management of water supply facilities. Moreover, our commitments in mainstreaming gender into the climate change are also apparent through the gender-responsive climate budgeting within Indonesia's state budget. Our existing system include the synchronization of budget planning through Krishna application that facilitate the process of climate budget taking, and the reward system for implementing gender-responsive planning and budgeting known as the Anugerah Parahita Eka Praya Awards. In addition to our experience in Indonesia, I would like also to highlight about Bali experience and wisdom. As parliamentarians from Bali, I would also like to share how Balinese people hold nature in high respect and consider local wisdom in preserving nature, especially water. Of course, we have one Balinese philosophy called Trihita Karana. It's the harmony between the relationship between human and human, human and nature, and human to our creator. And then this philosophy is very important to Bali, and it's not really directed. People has an obligation to actually do the thing with this philosophy. Trihita Karana is interpreted as a concept that teaches human to live side by side. The aim is to create harmony in life, not only, of course, with fellow human beings, but also with God and our nature or environment. The three harmonious relationships are believed to bring happiness, harmony, and prosperity in life. Our people uphold the philosophy in life, of course, like I mentioned earlier. That is why the government policy in Bali is also designed according to this philosophy. Of course, how to create the province of Bali that is of high quality, safe, comfortable, productive, self-identified, competitive, and also environmentally friendly and sustainable as a center for the development of culture-based tourism, agriculture, and industry. Further, Balinese manage water as tirta. Tirta meaning that as a holy water concept. It means that all natural spring water is a sacred area that should be protected, and always we have to pray on the sacred area. Both men and women have similar obligation and responsibility to protect and preserve the tirta or holy water. Tirta is an integral part of Balinese society. The definition of holy water refers to water that is taken from the water source, and then it is given, of course, our ceremony, spiritual ceremony. Then it is revered as tirta. Water is something that is very much needed in the life of course, Balinese people. So in Bali, we treat water as very important matter, and of course, people will have to take care the source of water. And actually, there's a lot of temple in the source of water that created by Balinese. Considering this, I am very delighted to inform you as well that Indonesia next year in 2024 in Bali. On 18 and 24th of May 2024, Bali will hold World Water Forum of 2024. And I think this is a great moment also to invite everybody to visit Bali again, to also experience what I just mentioned earlier regarding the wisdom that I think it's been there for long generation that Bali people actually been blessed with. Again, I believe that resilience and sustainability of water resource management and climate protection will be strengthened by, of course, women inclusion and empowerment. And then the role of women and girls, of course, is very important and vital to, like I mentioned earlier, to preserve, to protect, and also hopefully to the future to make water sustainable to our future generation. To this end, I also encourage Parliament to engage with women's group and civil society organization who are at the front lines of this work as important allies in implementing gender responsive policies. And I thank you for the time, and of course, hopefully that I can give information, not only the experience of Indonesia, but also the wisdom. And of course, we also have the challenge now, even though we are blessed with all resources in Indonesia and Bali, but we have the challenges that to manage all the resources is not that easy. Sometimes it's very difficult how to manage, but I think with our work together, and hopefully we can work hand by hand, we can solve this matter, how to tackle, of course, the water insecurity, the climate problem, and also to hopefully in the future to keep peace more sustainable. And I think that's the way to go forward. I think peace is very important. As you know also, Bali is well known for the island of peace, and Indonesia also is well known for the implementation of harmony in the world. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Puto, for this very informative statement about Indonesia and the issue of climate and water scarcity. We would now like to hear from Ms. Kenner-Nellel about local and national initiatives where grassroots women's groups are consulted and play an active role in prevention and peace building from a feminist perspective. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Madam Chair, dear colleagues, MPs, ladies and gentlemen, let me pay tribute to the people of Bahrain by starting with a quote of the late Sheikha Lulua Al Khalifa, our peace woman of Bahrain, who passed away in 2016. And before that, she wrote the following: "Now that I am in my 70s, I find in serving women and children the motives that keep me fit and energetic. It was my secret formula that kept me going." My organization, Peace Women Across the World, edited the 1,000 nominations for Peace Women for the Nobel Peace Prize in 2005. And the late Sheikha Lulua Al Khalifa from Bahrain is one of them. Actually, I invite you to do similar initiatives as this book, in which we portray the 1,000 women of all the world. You can do similar initiatives and nominate the women, portray the women who now are peace builders in your area, in your region, in your continent. I also am happy to extend to you the greetings from our board member of Peace Women across the globe, Sima Samar, former Minister of Women's Affairs of Afghanistan from 2001 to 2003, and founder afterwards of the Gavarshad University in Kabul. She wrote to me yesterday and allows me to quote, "The university, the Gavarshad University in Kabul, is working under a very difficult condition. It will be only for the boys. The female student will study online, but as you know, it is so difficult because of poverty. Girls cannot afford to pay the fee. In general, the situation is not good, but we will not give up and try to find ways to continue educate the Afghan youth." End of quote of Sima Samar, whom many of you may know. A cornerstone, and please, yes, thank you for the first slide, a cornerstone of our work as civil society, as women's feminist Pacific group is the UN Security Council Resolution 13.5. You all know it. I will not dwell on that for reasons of time, but why is this resolution so important? And as a lawyer, as an attorney myself, I invite you to read it again and again, because its content is simply excellent, and I urge you to implement it as we are trying to do in our work. Next slide, please. Yes. What we are striving for, the SDGs have been mentioned before, and actually this is one of the aims, also SDG 16, peaceful societies and access to justice for all. Access to justice for all. As an attorney, I cannot stress this enough. Third slide, please. Peace women across the globe have illustrated the importance of including women and youth in peace processes in a recent publication. You find it in English and Spanish on the basis of programs we fund in Colombia, Nepal, and the Philippines. These are ongoing programs. And the strength of those three programs lie also in interconnecting the grassroots women and the experts and also lawmakers from the three countries, Colombia, Nepal, and the Philippines, with the aim that women's organizations and peace activists find a conflict continuum. In this publication, you'll find a useful guide for prevention, for pre-conflict, during war, and post-war reconstruction. This program will continue. I invite you to look at it on our website, which is www.1000peacewomen.org. Allow me now to focus a little bit on the Colombian project, as Latin America and Colombia has not been mentioned in this panel. In Colombia, and you remember that 2016, the Colombian peace agreement was concluding one of the longest wars in the world that had ended after more than 50 years, having left at least 450,000 people killed, 120,000 forcibly disappeared, 30,000 documented cases of sexualized violence. The Colombian peace agreement is the first peace agreement in the world that included a gender focus. The movement Ruta Pacífica de las Mujeres and the civil society organization Comunitar, Corporación de Mujeres Ecofeministas, our two partner organizations in Cauca, the south of Colombia, played a leading role for the first integration of a gender approach into the peace agreement. For example, it refers explicitly to women's rights to own land And as we know, a title to land is often the only possibility to have access to water. And it states that there will be no amnesty for crimes of sexual violence. That paved the way for the Gender Working Group of the Truth Commission. You can look at the Commission's website under comisiondelaverdad.co. The Colombian peace agreement was already a model for the inclusion of marginalized communities and women. The fact that the experiences of women and LGBTIQ plus people were included in the peace negotiations is also owing to the active women's grassroots and feminist movements. Thanks to them, the Commission's final report, which was rendered last June, includes the 644-page volume, My Body is the Truth, which pays tribute to the experiences of 10,864 women who were multiply affected by the conflict. The volume, I will go on. As a feminist on the Commission, the gender coordinator of the Colombian Truth Commission said, I quote, Salome Gomez Corrales, as a feminist on the Commission, it was a great opportunity to explain to the whole society how patriarchy, racism, and discrimination fostered, justified, and legitimized violence against women and LGBTIQ plus people. It was her team that convinced the Commission to dedicate a separate chapter to women and LGBTIQ people in the final report. Without the voices of women, the testimonies of those over 10,000 women, it would not have been possible to clarify what happened in the decade-long Colombian conflict. The newly elected left progressive government in Colombia has promised to implement the Commission's recommendations and is holding consultations with representatives of the women's movement to create a national action plan to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1325. The armed conflict may officially be over, but women continue to be exposed to violence and to a militarized understanding of security. Here are some of the most important recommendations, and I will conclude on this. Please, the last slide. A new vision of security should be created that promotes peace as a public good with people at the center. A new Ministry of Peace and Reconciliation will be responsible for the implementation of the peace process and contribute to reconciliation in general. I look forward to the compliments by the delegates from Colombia and Latin America, who will know much more than me about the situation in Colombia. And I invite you to connect with my organization, Peace Women Across the Globe, within these Feminists Connecting for Peace. We hold webinars. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for the enlightening information, Ms. Canernel. And dear colleagues, the floor is yours now to share your thoughts and good practices. We have 30 delegations registered so far, and we have already closed the floor for receiving contributions. So we'll start with. We'll start with Kuwait. And please try to limit your contribution to 2 minutes so that we can be able to accommodate all the delegations that have registered their names. 2 minutes, please. Kuwait? Okay. So, Niger? Do we have Niger? No?
Cyprus.
Next is Cyprus.
Hello, colleagues. First, I would like to thank the panel for the interesting introduction, and particularly our colleague from Indonesia. I wish everybody had this approach to this water and the holiness of water. And yes, the world is in crisis, and we've seen this through the pandemic. And we have seen that the crises are never gender neutral. Today, more than ever before, underrepresentation of women in response to crisis and in resilience building is calling for increased women participation and leadership in decision-making process for sound results, leaving no one behind. Water crisis is a health crisis. Climate change and global warming are intensifying water scarcity. While conflicts are the main cause of hunger in the world, changes in rainfall or temperatures and droughts affect water supply, agriculture, harvests, and livelihoods, thus causing severe rise in global hunger. Recent research confirms that water scarcity and other climate threats have a disproportionately negative effect on women and girls around the world. Moreover, they undermine national and regional peace and security as they lead to forced migration. We have seen, even in my country, a lot of refugees that they leave their countries because of economic problems and poverty. Nevertheless, a robust gender perspective, which would include mechanisms that guarantee women's equal participation and leadership in water governance, climate response, and peace processes, is yet not included in policies and national adaptation strategies. As women parliamentarians, we must engage in a process of evaluation as regards the gender footprint on water insecurity, climate change, and conflict, and demand that women are able to contribute in lawmaking and policymaking in these areas. We need to ensure that measures to prevent, mitigate, and address the effects of water insecurity, climate change, and conflict are all gender responsive and promote the empowerment and the rights of women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Syria. 2 minutes, please. Followed by Egypt.
Good afternoon. At the beginning, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Bahrain for their warm welcome. And given that our title is Women and Women Leadership in Dealing with Crises, we have to say that the Syrian women have a very important role in the Syrian society. And given that the Syrian government believed that women's role is very important in societies and on the economic, social, and political levels. Therefore, and in the conditions of the war and the earthquake, I would like to convey a message from the Syrian women of my country. It is high time for the Syrian people to live, for children to dream, and for young people to build their future. It is high time to eradicate discrimination between people. There are no one is better than anybody else, and no one can punish, impose an embargo, and impose or steal the wealth of people and occupy their territories. Every culture is rich given its civilization. In Syria, we didn't just hear about the war, we lived it. We didn't just hear about terrorism, we faced it. We didn't just hear about sanctions and wealth and stealing our wealth, but we had to buy our own oil, gas, and wheat. The reality should not remain the biggest victim. We lived the war, the embargo, and very recently the crisis of the earthquake. Women were present and they had experience to face insecurity, to face crises, instability, face scarcity in needs. It was able to guarantee its family and principles, relieve Syria from its sanctions.
شكرا للسيدة الرئيسة، شكرا للمنظمة.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for our panel for this very useful conversation, and thank you for the Kingdom of Bahrain for their welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, today there are a lot of challenges and crises that are intertwined economically and socially. They are producing consecutive crises that women and young children have to face. In fact, there are consecutive crises that led to a gas, energy crisis, as well as many conflicts and the 2019 pandemic. And women and children have faced the biggest, or have assumed the biggest brunt of these crises and conflicts. However, we need to look at them not just as victims, but as engines of change that have a lot of power. We saw their leadership in many places of the world. It is very important to say that the Kigali Declaration of the IPU confirmed that gender parity is very important to face pandemics, crises, and the environmental changes. It also confirmed that we need to take into consideration gender equality in parliaments, and that when women take a leadership role in government and parliaments, we see a lot of investment in social justice and in facing poverty. And when women participate in peace negotiations, we achieve more sustainable agreements. However, women only form 1/4 of parliamentarians and only 1/5 of ministers in government. Therefore, it is very important to empower women to face the crises and the conflicts, because they form 50% of the population. Gender equality is very important for sustainable development.
Followed by United Arab Emirates.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm sorry, my mic it's not on my place. Madam Chair, dear colleagues, I want to express a point of view on the situation from Ukraine. In the constitutions of our countries, the functions of member of parliaments are often outlined in detail. These functions are very well known to us from the theory of state and law. However, in extreme conditions, members of parliament must do much more, regardless of their gender, age, position, or professional specialization. When Russia launched a large-scale unprovoked aggression against Ukraine, every male and women MP became a universal figure. Each of us is now an international diplomat, a volunteer, a psychologist, a driver who delivers humanitarian aid. Some of male colleagues take care of the children of Ukrainian refugees who are forced to flee from Russian bombs and tanks, and some of our female colleagues are involved to organizing the reconstruction of houses destroyed by Russian or working with national security and intelligence bodies. Some colleagues, both men and women, are directly fighting with weapons on the battlefield. Both men and women in our parliament are equally risking their lives while performing their duties. Even we sit under the glass roof of our parliament building during the plenary session, we are not immune to the danger of the Russian missiles and drones attacking our country. What does this all mean? It means that the Ukrainian parliament has become a good role model for our society and for other nations. When gender does not affect rights, duties, professional specialization, or life risk for responsible people, each of us should be an example of kind of society we want to build. And we are doing just that. Thank you.
Thank you. United Arab Emirates, followed by Azerbaijan.
السيدات والسادة السلام عليكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. At the outset, I would like to thank the Bahraini Kingdom for hosting the 146th Assembly of the IPU. We think that parliaments need to empower women so that they can participate in the reform in society and play a bigger role in the mediation for official peaceful negotiations. We need to urge Parliament to promulgate a new legislation that guarantee the participation of women in peaceful processes. Now we will showcase the initiatives that we took in the UAE, the initiative for our Sheikha for forming women staff in military and peacekeeping operations. This program, that is a 9-week program, enables African and Arab women that participate in it to be provided with training in order to achieve strategic goals of the United Nations Security Council resolution. The UAE is given a very high importance for the subject or for the dossier of women, especially after the UAE gained the first regional place for gender equality for 2020. Furthermore, it guarantees to urge all nations to make sure that the women item is always included in international agenda, because women are important to achieve peace and security. Thank you.
Azerbaijan, followed by France.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, eminent participants, ladies and gentlemen. The role of women in solving problems related to insecurity and crisis is really high, and based on their potentials, they can change the world for the better. In 2020, my country, Azerbaijan, restored the justice.
Excuse me, can I ask you to come closer to the mic because we can't hear? Thank you.
In 2020, my country, Azerbaijan, restored justice, so we could deoccupy our lands, which were for 30 years under Armenian occupation. Now the war has ended. We are in the post-war period, which has many problems. First, I want to attract your attention to mine problems that we are suffering for 3 years, which left almost 300 victims, and the second is reintegration. For the first problem, I want to say that 30 years conflict brought genocide, culturecide, and enormous sufferings to the people of Azerbaijan. There are losses in the part of Armenia as well. But now we have turned the page of hatred. Now we want to build peace. And we believe that enforcing dialogue between the sides in this crisis situation is the best way out. We believe the parliamentarian can play their role in this process. Encouraging women participation in peace dialogue can bring new impetus and enable us to understand where we are and what we need to do. With special accent of women's role, we can smooth the way to peace deal, which is very critical for for now. UN Resolution 1325 can be a next but very effective tool in enforcing the women activity. So I want to say that the situation can be can change for the better, but the dialogue is very important. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Azerbaijan, followed by France. France, followed by the Russian Federation.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'accord perdure dans le temps. Dans le cadre de l'UI, en recommandant par exemple l'adoption de législation mise en compte du rôle
will be covering our diplomacy in a synchronization of the efficacy of neopolitics. I greet the efforts of Madame Delphine Auque as the Secretary General of the Forum of the Delegation of Women's Rights and the credits of the exterior policies for the equality of men and women. And while our societies are facing more and more problems, and Europe and in Africa, it's urgent to increase the place of women in the decision-making processes. And I would like to conclude my intervention by remembering you that the Paris Agreement on the climate for 2015. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a Russian Federation, followed by Philippines.
Благодарю, госпожа председатель. Уважаемые коллеги, тема нашей встречи...
Today we are discussing a very important topic. The world is living in turbulent times, and Russia has been...
В Уставе Организации Объединенных Наций против нашей страны введены несправедливые...
Charter, and Russia has been facing restrictions that are designed to suppress and undermine our sovereignty. This has had a negative effect on implementing the UN agenda and on promoting sustainable development. I strongly believe that when we face instability, it is up to women MPs to be constructive in cooperation efforts, in promoting dialogue in the interests of the people. Women have a keen feeling for life and the key values that we stand for. This is our mission, and I believe that the irreparable losses in the conflict in Ukraine, they are suffered by women in the Donbas region and in Russia's neighboring regions. They are the ones who live in the combat zone. They hope that women from around the world will support them. Whenever there are challenges in international dialogue, women MPs can always be efficient in finding common ground. Thank you for your attention.
followed by South Africa.
Madam Chairperson, leadership can make or break a nation. And for leaders in Parliament like us, there is much we can do to address the gender gap. We know this, but it is worth repeating. The number one thing we need to do is include women in all decision-making levels. When I go around our country, meeting people in the local government, I'm an elected senator in the Philippines, and that means I am elected nationwide. So I go around the country and I meet local government people. I always emphasize the importance of women's voices. Decisions made without their perspective is never good enough. On the budget, in the Philippines, our Magna Carta of Women law requires 5% of the total budget of government agencies are set aside for GAD, the GAD programs and activities. This is a good thing, but this session serves as a reminder for us to review how these budgets are used. How can we use these funds during times of crisis? Also in the Philippines, we have a Senate Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovations, and Futures Thinking. It was my initiative to establish this committee. We are one of the few parliaments in the world that reviews policies and laws with a future thinking lens. To this end, I have been able to include futures thinking research, budget for public universities. They are tasked to conduct research precisely on topics that affect women, like food security, access to clean water, climate change, and more. The importance of studying these issues from a gender perspective cannot be overlooked. Also, both at the committee level and on the floor, my team seeks to look at all legislation from both a gender perspective and sustainability. Meanwhile, I will continue to listen intently to the debates. I will take home a wealth of information from the wonderful women who have participated here today and to our resource persons. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you. We have South Africa, followed by Thailand.
Madam Chairperson, today's debate reminds us that we need more women at the table to build more inclusive and equitable societies during these trying times. Research shows that societies prosper when more women participate as community leaders, workers, policymakers, and implementers. For example, during the pandemic, the consistent message has been that female leaders outperform their male counterparts in crisis response, particularly due to a compassionate approach. The UNDP UN Women COVID-19 Global Gender Tracker showed that governments with higher women's representation in parliaments adopted a higher number of gender-sensitive policy measures in response to the pandemic. This does suggest that the presence of more women in parliaments and the executive may positively contribute to more balanced, gender-sensitive, environmentally considerate policies. It is therefore important for us to break the cycles of underrepresentation, hunger, abuse, exploitation, and negligence by investing in and prioritizing women's and girl child's rights. It starts by empowering and educating our women and girls. UNESCO research shows that for every year of primary school a girl completes, her wages later in life go up by 20%. For every year of secondary school, by 25%. We must also ensure that no child sits in a classroom hungry by providing school meal programs. In South Africa, our national school program provides over 9 million learners with nutritious meals every day at school. The lack of legal protection in our countries continues to enable everything from gender-based violence to discrimination. As parliamentarians, our main task is to ensure that a comprehensive domestic legislative framework is accompanied by appropriate resources and awareness programs in place to not only end impunity, but to send a strong message that violence against women is not acceptable. In South Africa, we are committed to ridding our society of gender-based violence and femicide, which remain pervasive violations in our country.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Thailand, followed by Mexico.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, women have an important role in decision-making in their household and cause. Many resources in our daily life, such as fresh water, firewood, food, are fallen onto women's shoulders to collect and cook for their family members' self-consumption. Moreover, collection of water for several miles away from home and carrying heavy of jerry cans containing water can lead to negative impacts on women's health in certain parts of the world. Not to mention the contaminated water that women and girls can get infected or transmitted of diseases. In relation to the above issue that many women and girls in African countries are facing, most of women and girls in Thailand have experienced differently. They face both droughts and flood caused by climate change. This leads to sanitation and health issues which disproportionately affected women and girls. To address the related water issues systematically and comprehensive, Thai Parliament has passed the Water Resources Act in 2018, which was deemed the first ever law that integrated all aspects of water management in Thailand. According to the Act, the Office of the National Water Resources serves as a national focal point on water resources management and strategic planning in case of both droughts and flood. A new department dedicated to climate change affairs is being established under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mexico, followed by Netherlands.
%68 less than men globally. We still are only 25% in parliament representation. We still are the worldwide numbers experience physical and sexual violence in our lifetime. But in the other hand, we have great examples as France talking about the gender parity law, talking about Australia, about the workplace gender equality law. Ireland has talked about the Gender Recognition Act, the UK about the domestic abuse, New Zealand, the paid parental leave law, Germany, Spain, Turkey, for example, the Act of the Prevention and Elimination of Violence Against Women, Norway about
الان شما چجوری میتونید چک کنید که صدای من هست یا نه؟ الان ببینید میشنون صدای منو؟ شما صدای منو میشنوین الان توی گوشی؟ میشنوین صدای منو؟ نه؟ من اینو فعالش کردم. ببین صدای منم داره میاد. نگاه. صدای منو دارین؟ صدامو ندارین؟ کانالو عوض کنین. کانالو. هلو صدای منو دارین؟ صدای من هست؟ صدای منو دارین؟ ببینید مال من صدا الان داری میشنوین؟ الان هلو میشنوین؟ خیلی خوب. این متنتونه. اب نداره حالا کلی بدونم.
Hello, I am a senator. My name is Petra. I am a senator from the Netherlands. Thank you very much to Bahrain for their warm welcome.
The country for being below sea level. In some parts, we're below 7 meters. Last year, in my home province, Limburg, which is known to be hilly, my mother, my sister, my nieces were under threat to being evacuated. And it made all of us realize in the Netherlands that the issue of climate crisis is not only an issue of countries far away. It's something we are all confronted with. So here, my dear friends, my dear colleagues, we have to ask ourselves the questions, how can we as parliamentarians, as senators, be good ancestors? What can we do to include the voices of everybody, of all genders, in all their diversity, into our policies? In Egypt, during the COP, the climate summit, less than 30% of the time was taken by female representatives.
یک دو سه یک دو سه آره اینو باید انگلیش کنم چون این الان داره انگلیسی صحبت میکنه اینو میکنه فارسی به خاطر اینه باش خیلی من بله
to be on board, because feminist foreign policy will enable also us parliamentarians to be more inclusive. To conclude, one of the first vice prime minister in the Netherlands, female vice prime minister, once said, her name is Els Borst, she's one of the leaders of my social liberal party, she said, politics are too important to leave only to men. I would say climate justice is too important to only leave it to men, but we need them on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Canada, followed by Romania.
Thank you. Colleagues, I would like to begin by thanking the Forum for organizing such a timely discussion and the panelists for their insights. The nexus of climate change and water scarcity is devastating livelihoods, driving displacement, widening economic and gender inequalities, and undermining sustainable development. Of the 28 million people who are estimated to have been displaced in 2021, 23.7 million were displaced due to climate-related disasters. The United Nations reports that most of these displaced people were women and children. Climate change has significant impacts on the availability of fresh water, and limited access to water affects women's overall health. It also impacts agricultural production and the care of livestock, and the increase in the overall amount of labor that is expended to collect, store, and protect and distribute water. We have also seen that climate change impacts girls' educations, as girls are the first to drop out of school to help with chores at home. Despite being unduly affected by climate change and its effects, including on water scarcity, women's full participation in crisis response and resilience building remains limited. We need to have women at the decision-making table, and women's voices need to be amplified and heard. It is well documented that women's perspectives contribute to a broader understanding of causes and consequences of conflict and can strengthen the legitimacy of the peace processes. Evidence also suggests the involvement of women in crisis responses and resilience building contributes to sustainable peace. The gendered implication of water scarcity is a global challenge, and inter-parliamentary cooperation has a vital role to play in making meaningful improvements in women's representation in policy making and decision making as they relate to tackling climate change and its impacts. For example, we can, indeed we must, identify gender-sensitive strategies to respond to the environmental and humanitarian crisis caused by climate change.
Thank you. Romania.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I very much appreciate the choice of this subject on the agenda. There are so many examples around us of women leadership in conflict and post-conflict societies during economic crisis or in communities severely impacted by climate change. More than a year has passed since Russia's military aggression against Ukraine. My country has played and continues to play an important role in providing support to Ukraine and to the more than 3 million Ukrainian refugees who entered our territory. And I would like to mention in this context that the task of strategically coordinated Romania's national response to this refugees crisis, a response that involves emergency assistance as well as protection, inclusion, and social cohesion measures was entrusted to a woman holding the position of state councillor in the Romanian government. I'm sure that each of us could give similar examples of women leading successful responses to crises of all kinds. If this is true, let us make these women leaders better known. Let us showcase their stories, their successes, and their hardships they have overcome. From a different perspective, the ongoing war in Ukraine has demonstrated again and again that women are not only victims during a conflict, they are also at the helm of the political, military, and humanitarian responses. I'm thinking of our colleagues from the Supreme Rada who have continued to perform their duties with courage and determination despite the atrocities surrounding them. I'm thinking of the brave Ukrainian women soldiers and the brave Ukrainian mothers protecting their children from the Russian army and threats. So let me express our full solidarity with the Ukrainian women and with all the women in conflict situations throughout the world.
Mozambique, followed by Ireland.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman, Your Excellencies. The climate events and the climate changes affect mostly women, demanding more leadership in view to find sustainable solutions to these challenges. As parliamentarians, we need to find holistic solutions which allow us to transform them into national policies which have an impact in fighting the violation of human rights of women, fighting against impunity, in promotion social justice, gender equity, and respect for dignity, women dignity. In Mozambique, our parliament has adopted legislation, namely the family law, another law about forced marriages, and these laws have been adopted in order to guarantee the respect for women. In my country, the majority of the population lives in rural areas, where girls and women dedicate most of their time developing family agriculture, traveling long distances in search of water and wood fuel for domestic consumption. The performance of these activities means that from an early age, women and girls have no access to formal education, no access to opportunities to self-sufficiency, which compromises their present as well as their future. In order to solve the difficulties of population to access water, particularly in rural areas, we have two presidential initiatives. One is to have more access to water, but also access to energy, in particular in rural areas. These two initiatives
Morocco. Salam alaikum. It is a huge honor to be here among all these amazing women. And of course, the men who chose to attend this discussion too today. Not as many as I would have liked, of course. More women in power is literally our only hope as a planet. And it will not happen without the good men in politics realizing this and why it is necessary. I believe it is only together we can smash the patriarchy and really save our planet from huge wipeout of people, our natural environment, biodiversity. It will be better for men as well as women, actually, much better. I am leader of the Green Party in the Senate in Ireland. To the men in the room, look at your own daughter, sister, niece. Are you happy for her to be treated as a second-class citizen, not treated equally or fairly? If you are not, you need to help us. Call out bad behavior, call out oppression, step aside and let more women take the table. We are sitting at the kitchen table, we need to be at all the other tables. As a single mother who has worked as a climate activist for 25 years and as a Green Party politician, it has not been easy to get this far in politics. For less than 3 years now, I am a senator. We are in serious trouble, but if we get more equality for women, I firmly believe, I'm convinced we will have a cleaner air, cleaner water, better quality food, happier and healthier children, and we can reverse biodiversity and climate emergency. My first week in the Shannon, me and 2 female colleagues of mine in the Senate introduced a bill that was passed, and it abolished the need to have planning permission to put up solar panels. A ridiculous rule in the first place. We, as a Green Party, convinced our coalition partners to give grants for photovoltaic solar panels, and now there is a solar revolution in our country. This summer, we are putting free solar panels on every school in Ireland. I do not fly in general because it is so stupid in a climate emergency to fly. But women who have freedom of speech must use and take every opportunity to speak for all those women who have no voice. We have 7 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Morocco, followed by Ghana.
شكرا.
Thank you, Mrs. President. Based on all the speakers, on what all the speakers says, women are the biggest victims of crises, wars, pandemics, climate catastrophes, and water scarcity. However, today, if we work together as female and male parliamentarians and as governments, we can turn these women from victims, transform them from victims to activists by participating in all decision-making processes, economic, political, cultural, environmental, water-related decisions, etc. We should include women in all decision-making processes so they don't remain victims. I would like to note here that the topic on the table that is adopted by the General Assembly is related to promoting peaceful coexistence and achieving comprehensive societies without any extremism. How can we achieve that if these societies don't adopt gender equality in texts, legislation, and in practice? If we weren't in societies that include those with special needs, if we don't live in societies where we receive and welcome the refugees who fled their origin countries looking for work, water, health, and education. It is true that this cannot be achieved in one government only, but this must be the strategic view of all governments and national and international institutions, because equality in these days is not a claim from women only. It should be the claim of men, the claim of societies, because through that we can achieve peace and economic development. Thank you very much. Ghana?
Iran.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that global warming, climate change, and its effect on women and their livelihoods are of major concern to me. I'm a member of parliament.
یک دو سه یک دو سه باش من دیگه تنظیم میشم. بله بله صبح که زور تقریبا اتاقامون رو دادم ساعت بکنم نزدیک 2. per principle 50 of the Iranian Constitution, environmental security as well as confronting environmental crises remain as key plans and policies of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Islamic Republic of Iran believes achieving this objective is not possible without the adoption of proper policies in decision-making and political participation of women as half of the population.
Don't want to pay. And by so doing, they affect other people's farms, and this can create conflicts. And then we will have to be dealing with resolutions and solutions to the conflicts that arise out of this situation. Countries around
In the name of God, as per Principle 50 of the Iranian Constitution, environmental security as well as confronting environmental crises remain as key plans and policies of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran believes that achieving this objective is not possible without adoption of proper policies in decision-making and political participation of women as half of the population who nurture the other half of. Considering women's participation in decision-making, the Islamic Republic of Iran is proud to announce that with increased engagement of expert and competent women in government and decision-making bodies, the country has been able to meet its environmental needs in terms of gender equality. For instance, occupation of the position of Deputy Vice President by women for Environmental Protection Organization as a senior national decision-making authority for 4 items, allocation of a quarter of the country's environmental macro-management positions to women, also women's constitution, 40% of the deputy heads of the Environment Protection Organization. The Islamic Republic of Iran has been the victim of unilateral coercive measures, which in turn pose a major threat to sustainable development. The economic sanctions not only postpone peace, sustainability, and climate resiliences, but also pose a key threat to the lives of people, including women and girls in my country. While we have gathered here to find global solutions to such crises, it's worth noting that our efforts in my country has been adversely and massively affected by the illegal actions of the United States. As a matter of fact, unfair measures can constrain the access to environmental technologies and lead to fluctuations in production, higher prices, shrinking economy, intensifying poverty and inequalities, as well as violation of human rights, which can in turn be regarded as a kind of regime against humanity.
Undergoing a drought crisis within its arid and semi-arid areas, which has resulted into the death of livestock as well as malnutrition and starvation for most of the population. As usual, women and children are bearing the greatest brand of this drought. Madam President, the Kenyan government has put in place numerous laws to ensure that the country is in a position to fight climate change. Some of these include the implementation of Climate Change Act 2016, the Forest Conservation and Management Act 2016, energy efficiency regulations, and the creation of a national climate change action plan. Kenya also has introduced a ban on single-use plastic bags, which came into effect in 2017. Furthermore, Kenya has implemented the Kenya National Adaptation Plan 2015 to 2030
to enhance synergies between adaptation and mitigation actions in order to attain a low carbon climate resilient economy. This notwithstanding, there are many challenges that we have faced in Kenya. These include limited funding, limited public awareness, limited access to technology that is assistive, limited insufficient data and research on this matter, and very important, insufficient research on the link between the impact of climate change on the lives of women and the consequent impacts on livelihoods in society as a whole, given that women are the de facto social security system, not just in Kenya, but in Africa. This particular challenge further creates another gap in recognizing that women must be placed at the center of all the strategies to reverse the negative impacts of climate change. Madam President, as members of parliament and senators, we have formed a climate change caucus to play our part, including initiating policy and legislative actions and amendments to improve the quality of programs that Kenya adopts.
Thank you. We have Zambia, followed by Botswana.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The adverse effects of climate change bring about undesirable outcome, especially for women and young girls in our country. Water scarcity forces them to move long distances to fetch for water, and sometimes these women and girls are attacked, raped, in some instances killed. The Zambian Parliament has utilized its legislative, oversight, budgetary, and representative function to contribute to the country's achievement of net zero emissions. However, one of the major causes of climate change in our country is deforestation caused by cutting down of trees as a source of energy in our country, in the communities that have no access to the main grid and other alternative sources of energy. This has caused internal displacement of our people, both the local and the refugees. As you know, Zambia is the home for most refugees in Africa. However, under the office of Madam Speaker, she launched the tree planting initiative in one of the constituencies. The initiative is being rolled out to all the 156 constituencies in our country. It emanated from a resolution which was adopted by the 144th IPU Assembly, which recognized the urgent need to address the climate crisis by coming up with strategies to mitigate the impacts of climate change in respective countries. At institutional level, the National Assembly of Zambia has continued to implement and support innovative practices, operations aimed at reducing gas emissions within the institution. These include the following: implementing the e-parliament concept, where the institution is promoting the use of information and communication technologies in its operations. This has involved transmitting documents electronically instead of printing. An example is the daily order paper, which is posted on the website and sent via email and WhatsApp to stakeholders, including government departments and parliamentary staff, and partnered with Zambia paper mills to collect waste paper for recycling. I submit, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. We have Botswana, followed by Uganda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me thank the panel for the informative discussion and just share a little bit of Botswana's experience in terms of the effects of climate change on women and girls. 2019, we carried out a study to assess implications of changing climate, particularly with regards to frequent drought on women and men, current roles in households, access to and control of resources, as well as the ability to make decisions in the households and communities within the project sites. Madam Chair, the study revealed that women are more vulnerable to climate change as a result of their gender roles, which are highly focused on looking after children and other family members, while they depend solely on the subsistent agriculture to meet their family needs. Madam Chair, Frequent droughts have led to poor crop harvest, which in turn have led to food insecurity and high reliance on Ipelereng, which is our government social safety net program. The patriarchal nature of Botswana society has led to restrictions on women's ability to influence decision making. Their ownership, control of land and assets are just some of the problems, including GBV, which has been exacerbated by this need. Hardship brought about by loss of livelihoods from livestock have led to some men migrating to areas in search of jobs, leaving women to deal with the impact of climate change. Some women also migrate looking for jobs, while others turn to sex work to make ends meet. The vulnerability, Madam Chair, induced by climate change and the responsibility regarding domestic care work, including looking after children, means that women more than men turn to these safety net programs. The additional burden of providing food and other necessities for the family shows that women in the project sites struggle with poverty much more than men. Madam Chair, there's limited time, but what I can say is that as a result of these findings, all sectors are encouraged to review their policies, programs, and practices to ensure that
Thank
they
you.
are gender responsive.
Can we have Uganda?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we need to bring to attention of this House about the issues that we are facing as a country, more on issues of climate change, water insecurity. And I want to alert you that as a country, we are having the biggest challenge, having it at the back of our mind, that Uganda is hosting over 1.5 million refugees coming from our nearby countries. The pressure is so high on climate issues, and the host communities themselves. We know very well that without a host, there are no refugees. The host community is facing very high water insecurity, climate-related challenges, and this is really a very big challenge to us who come from this part of the world. We need more inclusive climate policies and also climate financing to especially most of the host communities that have been affected by these issues. The refugee is an international burden, we know this, but this responsibility is now only left to host communities, and the challenge is in issues of humanitarian and development programs that could be able to help us to curb the issue of water security and climate change related challenges is lowly funded. When we look at the current affairs, we see very well how all the funding has been diverted or taken to the war of Ukraine and Russia, the conflict. So the rest of the world is left behind with no resource envelopes to support in this kind of challenges we have caused by the refugees. And yet we know very well that once we have pressure from hosting refugees, we shall not be able to have coexistence amongst to promote peaceful coexistence and also inclusive societies in our regions. Drastic reduction in social services, food insecurity, environmental impacts, protection is so another challenge in which is building up in most of these societies. All the attention, as I said, has been taken to other wars, and we forget that women and children are very affected in some of these conflicted areas when they come to be hosted in the host communities. So we were still advocating that let the international community take its burden, and we advocate.
Arab Parliament, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to start by expressing my pleasure of representing the Arab Parliament in the 35th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians tackling a very important topic and the role of women parliamentarians in promoting gender equality when drafting policies and legislations related to water security, climate change, and sustainable peace. While the world is going through several crises, challenges, and natural disasters, we need to look in depth at the effect of these crises on gender equality. Despite a lot of achievements and successes that have been achieved in gender equality in a lot of fields and sectors, there are still challenges and problems in relation to response plans to respond to crises and emergencies. These plans are not always gender sensitive and they often lack a real solution, especially looking at the role of women and how much they can help. In this context, we should acknowledge that women are the most affected by the challenges of the current era, mainly climate change, water insecurity, crises, and ongoing wars. They are also facing difficulties adapting to these challenges. In this context, it is noteworthy that 80% of climate refugees or migrants are women based on the UN estimates of 2022. Ladies and gentlemen,
For maternal, newborn, and child health.
Good afternoon, everybody. As the largest alliance for women's, children's, and adolescent health, we want to bring attention to the fact that has already been stated that climate change is not gender neutral. It's already making worse the vulnerability of women and girls across the world, specifically in relation to health and well-being issues. But despite the impact borne by women, children, and adolescents, women, children, and adolescent health issues are not being integrated in climate policies which lack gender and youth-targeted approaches. For example, UNFPA analysis have shown that out of 50 climate plans or nationally determined contributions, only 6 made direct reference to sexual reproductive health and rights. Many aspects of sexual reproductive health and rights are also superficially referenced in climate policies, including gender equality and participation. Few countries have more substantive and concrete gender components in nationally determined plans and contributions in national adaptation plans. What we would like to urge women parliamentarians is to help ensure that women, children, and adolescent health and well-being issues are prioritized in climate responses in the following ways. One is prioritize climate financing targeted to health and well-being for women, children, and adolescents. Increase investments in climate change and other sectors that address the social and environmental determinants of health and economic well-being that we've heard, and reduce the vulnerability that women, children, and adolescents face as a result of climate-related risks. This includes developing gender and youth-sensitive commitments and investments in multiple sectors, as has already been stated, such as education, health, water, sanitation, food insecurity. Adopt intersectional approaches that recognize multiple forms of discrimination to women, children, and adolescents, including in relation to gender and sexuality, to ensure just adaptations and resilient communities. Conduct vulnerability adaptation assessments at the population level, specifically with respect to the needs of women, children, newborn, and adolescents. Next, define targets to build climate resilient health systems and infrastructure, including integrated monitoring systems with targeted public health messaging.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally, we have World Health Organization.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. The World Health Organization was heartened by last year's IPU Kigali Declaration, when parliamentarians committed to stepping up our action for gender equality. But we know that there is a huge amount of work to be done. Despite progress made on several aspects of women's health and rights, gender equality disparities remain. This hampers everyone's right to health. Conflict and nationalistic policies tend to breed patriarchy and pronatalism, increase gender inequalities, and lack of women's bodily autonomy. Gender power relations and gender norms and stereotypes affect women's and men's exposure to vulnerability to certain health risks, their health-seeking behavior, the ability to access health services, and the way that health systems respond to their health needs. The slow progress is an outcome of lack of political will and action, insufficient funding, restrictive laws and policies, harmful gender norms and health systems constraints, including insufficient integration of comprehensive sexual, reproductive, maternal, newborn, child, and adolescent health in national health systems. And women and girls are disproportionately, throughout their lives, affected by water scarcity, climate change, and conflicts, including through additional barriers in access to sexual and reproductive health and services, inadequate hygiene and sanitation facilities, together with harmful gender norms and practices surrounding menstruation, increased risk of abuse and gender-based violence, increased vulnerability to ill health and death during pregnancy and childbirth and for newborns, and barriers to education, working, and overall living in peace and dignity. WHO has been established to advance the right of every human being without distinction of any kind to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, as well as social well-being. We recognize the power of partnership with parliamentarians as we work to move scientific evidence into policy based on common goals to advance gender equality and health for all. We are committed to working with you to prioritize gender equality and the empowerment of women, human rights, and equity, and to ensure a constant focus on leaving no one behind. And we stand ready with the best science, evidence, and guidance when developing legislation and when holding governments to account on their promises to support evidence-based policy making for health and for gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your valuable inputs. I have a request now from Ukraine to reply to the Russian Federation's contribution. You have 1 minute, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to remind us that IPU already adopted 2 resolutions in which we condemned Russian aggression and calling to restore territorial integrity of Ukraine, calling to withdraw the military forces of Russia from Ukraine. And I call to respect all of us, each of us respect the resolutions of IPU, the decisions of IPU, and don't turn our honorable meeting to the episode of George Orwell dystopia with their lies. Thank you.
Okay, let me now turn to our panel for final words. Please, you have the floor for 2 minutes, concluding remarks. Okay. We can start from Ms. Nellen.
Thank you very much
for the very rich debate from the floor. As it was well said, only so few female heads of government, only so few, less than 10% female heads of states. So really the next and important step for peace and climate protection, female MPs, I exhort you, after 16 years in Parliament myself, please become heads of states who do not engage in wars, who prevent conflicts or resolve them with comprehensive, gender-sensitive peace agreements and climate actions. Et je salue absolument la proposition française d'inviter l'UIP, plus
invite the IUP and women parliamentarians of the IUP to develop a project of resolution for feminist diplomacy, and a peace culture.
I would like to make one observation. Less than 1 year ago, we saw negotiation table in Istanbul with 100% men representation as well from the Ukraine side as from the side of Russian Federation. The secretary in the corner was a woman. Please. And then South Africa, yes. Femicides in Switzerland, the socialist women ran a strong campaign against femicide, for free abortion worldwide, and for only yes is yes. Spain is a good legislation for only yes is yes. And then I second to the Philippines and Morocco. You rightly said to include women in all decision-making and to let them become agents for change. I think the Philippines are a very great example, not only because it's my second home country for having worked there 3 years for the International Commission of Jurists some time ago, but women did play a unique role in the peace negotiations, with Miriam Colonel Ferrer being the first woman chief negotiator in the world to sign in 2014 a major peace agreement after decades of war. And last point, this also provided 13 women who are now appointed in the Bangsamoro Transition Authority in the south to the parliament. Minority floor leader and attorney general are women. So thank you also to the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Haider?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I really want to thank each and every delegation for sharing their immense knowledge and commitment. And I want to speak more also as an individual, as a person coming from a very war-torn society that is Lebanon, that is very keen to say, don't ever opt for amnesia, always work on dealing with the past. You will never be able to get out of conflict if you choose amnesia. Unfortunately, my country is an example that has chosen amnesia and therefore is always relapsing into conflict. I wanted also to make a small comment on the issue of definitely we should not be perpetuating the image that we are victim. As I said clearly, women are not inherently vulnerable. You have such a potential, you are an illustration of this power. The most important thing is not to give up, is to create more solidarity among networks, is to be aware of good practices, is to exchange more. And I can tell you that all what I've learned about here, I hope also that we can make use of it within the CEDAW committee. I see very much the complementarity of the work done by this forum for IPU and our work in the committee, because we interact regularly with each country of yours. So your role as parliamentarian, your oversight role on your country's implementation of international convention and agreement is very important to us. It's not just that you put out the legislative framework, is that you monitor the implementation and how these are respected within your country. And the last point on 1325, let's not forget that there are about more than a dozen of other resolutions equally important, even much more detailed, that are really a tool for implementation for all of you here who are concerned with this issue, and I think we are all concerned. And thanks
Thank you.
again to IPU, thanks to Bahrain. It was great sharing this afternoon with all of you.
Thank you. Mr. Kutu.
Thank you. As also in our theme today is about parliamentary leadership, I think I'm the only male panel here, so first thing first, I think there's a trust issue, and then I think, thank you for the trust. I think we should work together. I think it's not only the problem of women, but the problem of all human beings. So trust is very important. We can start now, we can go forward together. I think that's the first issue. The second is about respect. Respect to human, respect to nature. And as I mentioned earlier about the philosophy of Trihita Karana is very important. When you have the respect, treat nature not only as a thing, but also has a soul in it. So I think it's very important to have respect, not only for other human, but also for nature. And also we know that we have to be blessed, and also for sure we have been blessed with our Creator, and that's very important. And one thing also, the most important is the commitment together. We can start now, we could work together. I think I'm very lucky here. If I'm not being trusted by all the women, probably I will not be here. But let me assure from me that I think we should work together, male and female. I mean, to find peace, to achieve sustainable peace, to preserve water, food, and also energy. I think is very important. And also to mitigate climate change. I think all this issue, I think it's not the problem of women, but all human beings. And living in harmony is the key to all what we have to do to go forward. I think unity in diversity, its richness, and harmony is very important to work together to the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, colleagues, and the audience. It has been a wonderful experience being in this panel, and thank you all for all your interventions. I think it has been a very important forum for us to discuss the issues affecting women and girls in the context of the climate change and other disasters. Listening to most of the speakers, I think a lot has been done in terms of policies and legal framework to address the issues that are on the table today. And I think the problem we have is the implementation of these legal provisions and the policies, and also the issue of funding to implement some of the national action plans related to climate change management and mitigation of the impact, especially on girls and women. I want to quote again what the colleague from Netherlands said, that politics, a quote from one of the female leaders from the Netherlands, that politics is too important to be left to men alone. Therefore, women and men should participate in politics, because politics is where decisions are made, it is where resources are distributed. Therefore, the presence of women in politics is very important. And that is the very strong message, a good lesson that I've learned and I've heard from one of the female leaders. I would like also to congratulate the 6 countries that have achieved gender parity, 50-50 or slightly above 50, like Rwanda. I can see we are still far behind. Most of the countries are still far behind, but I believe one day we'll get there. And we need to be consistent with our common and collective voices to ensure that we reach gender parity. No matter how long it takes, we will get there. Thank you very much. Let's remain committed and be in solidarity with each other and learn the good lessons and experiences from each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Triggs?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you all. It's been a great privilege for me to be here to listen to your approaches and understanding of the plight of women as a consequence of climate change, lack of access to water, conflict. And listening to you, I've learned a lot, but I'm also very aware of the need of the energy that's in the room, the information and the goodwill to try to find solutions. And I think that it would be very important to come away from this meeting with some action plans, for some ideas to take all this energy and do something with it that's going to achieve the outcomes. And it's obviously not for me to tell the IPU quite how they would go about this, but I think that the key point that most of you have made is that members of parliament, when they have that position of influence and power, can be very effective in changing laws and developing policies. The more women in those positions, of course, the better it's going to be. But we already have a lot of rather marvelous women in these positions. Let us see what IPU can do through its leadership, working with other organizations, including my own and the UN, and to see if we can get an action plan on this issue that could take things forward, to take us to some solutions. I completely agree with my colleague, the speaker from South Sudan. This is the time for implementation. We have the laws, we have the policies in many cases, but we have not been able to give realistic action to the role of women in responding to climate change or preparing for it. I do have a question, and I'll try and pursue it outside, but one of the things that I spoke about earlier is the importance of financial mechanisms to ensure that women are able to achieve livelihoods, to protect themselves, to be engaged more meaningfully in society, and to be self-sufficient. But one of you has mentioned that it was difficult for access to the World Bank funding. And I would really like to explore that, because I do think that one of the ways forward is to be better engaged with the international financial mechanisms. And if that's not working and women in the poorer segments are not able to have access to it, then it's time we spoke to the World Bank and the regional banks to make sure that they have got access to that funding. So thank you all. I really think it's been a privilege, and I very much look forward to seeing what we can do from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear panelists and colleagues, for all your contributions. I believe that we will leave this forum with a wealth of new ideas of what we can do in our respective countries with regard to the climate change and all its effects on us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You did
It was a pleasure.
Great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. It's not easy to sit here.
It's not.